Fabrizio? Fabrizio? Sì. Roberta Manuzza?
No, lei guarda.
Ok. From Botswana, from Beijing, from Vietnam, from Italy, from Europe, from Armenia, from Paris, Francesca. From Kenya, Grace Omondi. From Malaysia. From Pakistan. I'm only reading the message on the chat.
So we are ready to go. Good morning and welcome everybody. I'm Elisabetta Gola, I'm one of the organizers of Medcom 2022 plus one, and I'm the Vice Rector of Communication of the University of Cagliari, and so I do with great pleasure the honors opening this conference and greeting all of you for being part of it, and for contribution that every one of you gave to the success of this conference. As you know, Medcom Europe should have been held in presence in May 2020, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was postponed to 2021. I'm not so good with numbers, I apologize for this. This is the reason for the name of this Congress, Medcom 2020 plus one. But we are together now, even if online, it is really a great pleasure. And even if online, we will try to engage you in a journey in our island through videos and virtual experiences, so you can feel to be our guests anyway here in Cagliari. Let's move now to the scientific program. The Congress is focused on 11 main topics related in different ways to communication, which will be discussed by 9 keynote speakers and more than 100 scholars who will present the research in about 30 parallel sessions. So a very nice and big conference. Scholars who will present their works come from more than 30 countries spread all over the world, as Andrea was saying before, from US to Asia, from Africa to Middle East, and of course from Europe and from Italy, and from the University of Cagliari in particular. For what concerns this first day, this morning, we will have this opening ceremony that we have already opened, at the end of which we will take a conference group photo, so please stay for this picture. Then we will launch the next edition of this conference. And for this opening ceremony, we have many authorities which in different and important ways made this conference possible. We were waiting for the President of Sardinia, Christian Solinas. We hope he will be able to solve some technical problems. In case he will, we certainly gave him the stage. And also the 2 rectors, probably also the rector of the University of Tor Vergata had some inconvenience or some problem. Both the rectors, Professor Orazio Schillaci and Professor Francesco Mola, are very, very happy for this conference. The two universities are the organizers, together with the University Hospital of Cagliari, that is also part of the University of Cagliari. And we have instead Agnese Foddis, that is the general manager of the University Hospital, and it is the third organizer of the conference. So I give her the floor to her greetings.
Buongiorno, sono Agnese Foddis, commissario straordinario dell'azienda ospedaliera universitaria di Cagliari. Saluto tutti i partecipanti, gli organizzatori, gli ospiti, e sono felice di essere qui alla cerimonia inaugurale della 6ª conferenza mondiale della comunicazione, che vede l'azienda ospedaliera universitaria tra gli organizzatori assieme all'Università degli Studi di Cagliari e all'Università di Tor Vergata. Si tratta di un evento importante perché mai come in quest'ultimo anno di emergenza ci siamo tutti resi conto di quanto la comunicazione sia fondamentale.
So, Agnese, if you stop just...
Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna translate.
Please, Claudia, go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnese Foddis, and I'm the Extraordinary Commissioner of the Azienda Ospedaliera Universitaria. I'm delighted to be here today at the opening ceremony of the 6th World Communication Conference, which includes the Azienda Ospedaliera Universitaria among the organizers, together with the University of Cagliari and the University of Tor Vergata. This is an important event because never before, as in this last year of emergency, we all have realized how fundamental communication is.
Una comunicazione che non è pura e semplice informazione. Certo, anche l'informazione è fondamentale, è necessaria, ma un'informazione fine a se stessa non servirebbe a nulla se non fosse ricompresa all'interno della comunicazione. Nel caso della pubblica amministrazione, un dialogo costante tra cittadini e istituzioni che metta in rete tutti e ci aiuti a crescere e a migliorare.
A communication that is not merely information. Of course, information is also fundamental and necessary, but an information as an end in itself would be useless if it was not part of communication. In the case of public administration, a constant dialogue between citizens and institutions that connects everyone and helps us to grow and improve.
Questo modo di fare comunicazione è ciò che oggi serve ai cittadini e alle stesse organizzazioni. E in questa conferenza i tanti lavori di ricerca che saranno presentati e discussi ruotano proprio attorno a questo grande obiettivo, avvicinare le persone e non farle allontanare. Anche questa è un'eredità che ci ha lasciato la pandemia. Abbiamo bisogno di sentirci più vicini, anche se fisicamente possiamo essere lontani.
This way of communicating is what citizens and organizations themselves need today. And at this conference, the many research projects that will be presented and discussed revolve around this major goal, bringing people together and not driving them apart. This, as well, is a legacy of the pandemic. We need to feel closer, even though we may be physically far away.
La buona comunicazione abbatte le barriere, riduce le distanze, semplifica i processi, riduce i tempi e gli inutili passaggi. La buona comunicazione facilita la vita ai cittadini, crea un rapporto felice e costruttivo tra essi e le istituzioni.
Good communication breaks down barriers, shortens distances, simplifies processes, reduces time and unnecessary steps. Good communication makes life easier for citizens, creates a happy and constructive relationship between them and the institution.
La voglia di partecipare è connaturata nel genere umano e oggi le nuove tecnologie ci consentono di interagire con gli stakeholders, con modalità che sino a una decina d'anni fa sembravano difficili, se non impossibili.
Good communication makes life easier for citizens, creates a happy and constructive relationship between them and the institutions. The desire to participate is inherent in mankind, and today new technologies allow us to interact with stakeholders in ways that a decade ago seemed difficult, if not impossible.
Grazie per questo sforzo creativo e di ricerca che consentirà di migliorare sempre di più il rapporto con i cittadini. A tutti voi, organizzatori, relatori e pubblico, i miei più sentiti auguri di buon lavoro.
Thank you for this creative and valued effort that will allow us to improve even more our relationship with citizens. To all of you, organizers, speakers, and audience, I send my best luck with your work.
Thank you, and thank you also for the translations that will be offered when the speakers will speak in Italian. And thank you, Agnese Fodis. And now it's my pleasure to call Carlo Mannoni, General Director of Fondazione di Sardegna, who supported the conference.
Good morning, Elisabetta. Good morning, everyone. And I'm very happy to be here today and to say welcome virtually, digitally to everybody in this new normal phase, the 2020+1, which is in some way a pity because we expected to receive a lot of people coming from all over the world for this meeting. And this is maybe a lost opportunity, but on the other side, it's a great opportunity because you are having this conference after 18 months that were incredible. So you, from a communication point of view, this was a case study full of interesting interesting events. So my personal view is that what is happening also in our activity, Fondazione di Sardegna is a banking foundation. This is so-called in Italy, it's a specific institution in Italy, and in Sardinia, we have a special focus on social development, economic development, and of course, the collaboration with the two universities. And from our experience, we work a lot with the third sector. This is changing bad and good things because from one side, it's complicated. From the other side, we've seen an incredible adoption rate of the new technologies. What we are doing today was basically impossible 2 years ago because a lot of people even didn't know what this kind of technology we are using today was, no? So, and I'm not talking about special, people like you, I'm talking about the broad people because of course, you were used to work in this area and to collaborate with other university, but I'm talking about the massive adoption of the new technologies, and this changes communication, no? And for instance, we are experiencing a lot of interesting data and moment with what we call the hybrid method. So we are having people in presence and people outside, and the good thing is that we are increasing our reach. Events that in the past were for, I don't know, 50 people now easily can go to 100 or 150. So it's something that changes, and I think it's very interesting from your standpoint. So welcome digitally, but I'm happy to say that I expect to see a very, very dense event, dense conference. And from a specific standpoint, apart from the historical, I would say, collaboration with the two universities, so we are proud to be the supporter also of this initiative, but also, the attention is for the third sector. Now you're talking about private and public. We work a lot with the third sector, and I think that there is the possibility to have also an improvement in that area. Of course, you are sharing experience from all over the world. I've seen in your program, so this is the preliminary condition for an interesting output. So we are very, let's say, interested to understand, let's say, the briefing or the follow-up that you are probably going to share with us. And apart from this, again, welcome and have a great conference in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlo Mannoni, and also for the words. The third sector is something that we care a lot, and Andrea Volterrani is a specialist in social communication for third sector. So what you said is for us very, very important, and we hope to be able to do something on that.
Exactly.
And now I will give the floor to Susie Ronchi, who's president of Corecom, an authority in Sardinia for the assurance of correct communication. And I think that Susie Ronchi will say something very interesting about this.
Buongiorno a tutte e a tutti, e grazie in particolare al rettore di Unica, Francesco Mola, alla professoressa Elisabetta Gola, a tutti gli organizzatori all'Università di Cagliari per avermi invitata a partecipare a questa prestigiosissima conferenza.
Good morning, and thank you in particular to the rector of Unica, to Professor Gola and the University of Cagliari for inviting me to take part in such a prestigious conference.
Il Corecom Sardegna è impegnato nel contrasto alla disinformazione che rischia di trasformarsi in deformazione nella rappresentazione della realtà se non si attuano misure efficaci per bloccare l'espandersi dell'infodemia.
Corecom Sardinia is committed to fight misinformation, which risks becoming a distortion of the representation of reality if effective measures are not put in place to stop the spread of infodemics.
Infodemia è un fenomeno che si è accentuato con l'emergenza sanitaria legata al Covid, dando luogo a una eccessiva diffusione di notizie di dubbia affidabilità e non certificate.
Infodemia is a phenomenon that has become more pronounced with the health emergency due to COVID-19, resulting in the excessive circulation of uncertain and uncertified news.
Eppure si registra una domanda crescente di informazione corretta e nello specifico di informazione di vicinanza, di prossimità, attraverso in particolare un mezzo mediatico che è la televisione sulla piattaforma digitale terrestre.
And yet there is a growing demand for truthful information, and specifically for grassroots information through a mean, which is the television on the digital terrestrial platform.
Un dato interessante per la nostra isola: il 91% dei sardi si interessa di informazione locale. Il sistema dell'emittenza radio-televisiva costituisce così l'ambito di attività di vigilanza del Corecom, che compie anche un monitoraggio sui palinsesti dell'emittenza radio-televisiva per accertare il rispetto delle norme a garanzia dell'utenza.
An interesting information is that the 91% of Sardinians are interested in local information, and the radio and television broadcasting system are supervised by Corecom, which also monitors the show schedule in order to ascertain compliance with the rules to guarantee users.
In questo quadro emerge la consapevolezza sempre più forte che informare non è solo comunicare notizie, ma secondo la sua etimologia mettere in forma, conferire forma alla società, rispettandone l'organizzazione interna, l'equilibrio e l'armonia tra le sue componenti.
In this context, it emerges an ever-growing awareness that providing information is not just about communicating news, but, according to its etymology, about shaping, giving form to the society, respecting its internal organization, the balance and harmony between its components.
Per questo ogni forma di discriminazione, di mancato rispetto dell'identità e della dignità di persone e di gruppi, di esclusione, costituisce una violazione della sua funzione, cioè del valore dell'informazione come patrimonio universale e primario dell'umanità, che è tale di diritto perché attraverso i suoi contenuti e i suoi linguaggi esprime questo ruolo.
Therefore, any form of discrimination, failure to respect the identity and dignity of persons or groups, or any form of exclusion constitute a violation of its function, of the value of information as the universal and primary heritage of humanity, which is such by right because through its contents and languages it expresses this role.
Ecco perché un'informazione autentica presuppone come sua condizione inalienabile il rispetto di ogni forma di par condicio, di una par condicio che deve diventare di conseguenza prassi e regola generale e non una semplice opzione lasciata alla sensibilità del singolo giornalista.
This is why an authentic information presumes as its inalienable condition respect for all forms of par condicio. A par condicio that must consequently become general practice and rule, and not an option left to the sensitivities of individual journalists.
Il sistema mediatico ha quindi necessità di essere riconosciuto come sistema imprenditoriale che produce un bene insostituibile, le informazioni che portano alla conoscenza, per cui ha bisogno di essere non solo incoraggiato, ma supportato anche sul piano economico.
The information system thus needs to be recognized as an entrepreneurial system that produces an irreplaceable asset, the information that leads to knowledge, so it needs to be not only encouraged, but also supported economically.
Vi ringrazio di questa partecipazione e vi auguro buon lavoro a tutte e a tutti.
Thank you so much for your participation, and I wish a good work to everyone.
Thank you, Susie Ronchi, and for the interesting small talk. And continuing on this with the journalism and with the issues of journalist field, I give now the floor to Francesco Birocchi, President of the Order of Journalists of Sardinia.
Buongiorno a tutti. Desidero salutare a nome dell'Ordine dei giornalisti italiani i partecipanti a questo importante appuntamento destinato a rappresentare una tappa fondamentale nel lungo cammino di conoscenza e di studio dell'evoluzione dei fenomeni della comunicazione nel mondo moderno.
Good morning to everyone. I would like to greet all the participants of this important event, which is destined to represent a fundamental stage in the long journey of knowledge and study of the evolution of communication phenomena in the modern world.
Desidero ringraziare in particolare gli organizzatori, la professoressa Elisabetta Gola, il mio collega giornalista Fabrizio Meloni, il professor Andrea Volterrani, che hanno voluto che il centro propulsore del dibattito sia situato, seppure virtualmente, in questa città e in questa regione.
I would like particularly to thank the organizers, Professor Elisabetta Gola, my colleague and journalist Fabrizio Meloni, and Professor Andrea Volterrani, who wanted the driving center of the debate to be located, even if virtually, in this city and region.
La comunicazione ha assunto negli ultimi 2 decenni un'importanza sempre più ampia nelle relazioni fra i popoli e anche nella vita privata di ciascuno di noi. I cambiamenti introdotti dallo straordinario sviluppo della rete non solo hanno modificato i mezzi di comunicazione e di informazione, ma hanno cambiato lo stesso modo di vivere dei comuni cittadini, nelle relazioni interpersonali, nelle attività quotidiane, negli uffici e nel tempo libero.
In the last 2 decades, communication has become increasingly important in relations between people and also in the private lives of each of us. The changes brought about by this extraordinary development of the net have not only modified the means of information, but have also changed the way of living of ordinary citizens in interpersonal relations, during daily activities, at the offices, and during leisure time.
La disintermediazione ha consentito l'introduzione di nuovi spazi di comunicazione prima inimmaginabili. La rete ha cambiato i concetti di spazio e tempo della comunicazione, marginalizzando sempre più il sistema industriale e territoriale che lo sosteneva in modo quasi esclusivo.
Disintermediation has allowed the introduction of new communication spaces that were previously unimaginable. The net has clearly changed the concepts of space and time of communication, increasingly marginalizing the territorial industrial system that used to support it almost exclusively.
Se l'apertura di nuovi immensi territori da percorrere è senza dubbio un progresso epocale che rimette in discussione anche i concetti di centro e di periferia e dunque rappresenta nuove straordinarie opportunità, questa era è caratterizzata ancora da troppe incertezze e paure reali.
While the opening up of immense new territories to be covered is undoubtedly an epochal progress that questions the concepts of center and periphery and thus represents new extraordinary opportunities, this era is still characterized by too many uncertainties and real fears.
A cominciare dai piccoli mondi, come quello in cui vive ciascuno di noi, per arrivare alle grandi potenze del pianeta, che hanno fatto della comunicazione tema di confronto internazionale e speriamo non si trasformi in tema di scontro.
Starting with small worlds, such as the one in which each of us lives, and ending with the great powers of the planet, which have made communication a subject of international confrontation. And let us hope it will not turn into a topic of confrontation.
Io sono un giornalista. Per molti anni ho esercitato la professione col metodo tradizionale, convinto che il mio ruolo fosse quello di raccontare la storia mentre accade. Ho cercato di farlo nel modo più corretto e onesto possibile, come lo hanno fatto la stragrande maggioranza dei miei colleghi. Abbiamo seguito le regole che in questo paese sono contenute nel codice deontologico dei giornalisti, non imposto da nessuno, ma elaborato dagli stessi operatori dell'informazione. Sono regole universali che si rifanno a principi riconosciuti in tutto il pianeta, anche se molti paesi non hanno ancora diritto di cittadinanza.
I am a journalist. For many years, I practiced my profession in the traditional way, persuaded that my role was to tell the story as it happens. I have tried to do so as correctly and honestly as possible, as the vast majority of my colleagues has done. We followed the rules that are contained in this country's Code of Ethics for Journalists, which is not imposed by anyone, but which was drawn up by the information workers themselves. These are universal rules based on principles recognized throughout the world, even if in many countries they do not have yet the right to citizenship.
Sono certo che il confronto di questi giorni fornirà un contributo importante, perché siamo noi, uomini e donne della comunicazione, a gestire consapevolmente i mezzi di cui disponiamo, come veri protagonisti di questa fase della storia. Buon lavoro.
I have no doubt that this debate will offer an important contribution, because it is we, men and women of communication, who consciously manage the media at our disposal as the real main characters of this stage of history. I wish to everyone a good work.
Thank you very much also to Francesco Birocchi. We are practically already having the conference because we are listening to not only greetings, but really interesting content. And as Susie Ronchi was saying before, information needs to be supported. And I think that Celestino Tabasso, president of the Journalists Union of Sardinia, could say something about that. And I'll give the floor to him.
Grazie, buongiorno, grazie. Per me è un onore portare il saluto dell'Associazione della Stampa Sarda, il Sindacato dei Giornalisti Sardi, nella fase inaugurale dei lavori, e sarei un ipocrita se ricambiassi questo onore che mi fate dicendo una bugia, e cioè che il mondo del giornalismo sardo, del giornalismo italiano, attraversa una fase di speranza e di serenità.
Good morning and thank you. It is an honor for me to bring the greetings of Asso Stampa, the Sardinian Journalists Union, to the opening of this Congress. I would be a hypocrite if I returned this honor by telling you a lie, namely that the world of Sardinia and Italian journalists is going through a phase of hope and serenity.
Il 40% dei nostri colleghi attende da 5 anni il rinnovo del contratto di lavoro, il restante 60% non lo aspetta perché non ha un contratto. Si tratta di freelance e collaboratori esterni delle testate giornalistiche, cioè giornalisti con compensi che già prima della crisi da Covid erano largamente insufficienti per condurre un'esistenza dignitosa e libera.
Indeed, the 40% of our colleagues has been waiting 5 years for their contracts to be renewed. The remaining 60% is not waiting for it because they do not have a contract. They are freelancers and outsourced collaborators of newspapers. It has journalists whose salaries, even before the COVID crisis, were largely insufficient to lead a dignified and free existence.
Lo so, non stupisce che un rappresentante sindacale parli di salari e di contratti, tuttavia le retribuzioni sono solo uno dei problemi dell'informazione in un paese dove le leggi dello Stato prevedono ancora la possibilità di incarcerare un giornalista ritenuto colpevole di diffamazione e non esiste ancora un limite alle querele bavaglio, le richieste di risarcimento milionarie che sempre più spesso i direttori delle testate si vedono recapitare da chi vuole intimidire loro, le loro redazioni e i loro editori.
I know it does not surprise that a trade union representative talks about wages and contracts. However, wages are only one of the problems of the information world. In a country where the laws of the states still give a chance of imprisoning a journalist found guilty of defamation, and when there is still no limit to the gagging losses, the multi-million-dollar compensation claims that newspapers editors are increasingly receiving from those who want to intimidate them, their editorial offices and their editors.
Se volgiamo lo sguardo da un lato, vediamo il dramma che l'informazione vive in paesi come la Turchia e gli ostacoli insopportabili che il potere politico impone ai giornalisti in nazioni europee come l'Ungheria. Se lo volgiamo dall'altro lato, vediamo le ferite che 4 anni di amministrazione Trump hanno lasciato sul corpo dell'informazione professionale e sul rapporto di fiducia tra l'opinione pubblica e chi la informa quotidianamente. E allora noi volgiamo lo sguardo in alto, non potendoci accontentare di un presente buio, puntiamo sul futuro.
If we look at it on one side, we see the drama that information lies in countries like Turkey and the unbearable obstacles that political power imposes on journalists in European nations like Hungary. If we look at it on the other side, we see the wounds that 4 years of the Trump administration have left on the body of professional information and on the relationship of a trust between public opinion and those who inform it on a daily basis. So we look upwards and not being satisfied with the dark present, we look to the future.
Un futuro in cui i giornalisti non rischieranno il carcere né le minacce dalla criminalità organizzata. Un futuro in cui l'informazione non subirà le pressioni della politica né della povertà. E le aziende editoriali, insieme ai loro lavoratori, otterranno che gli over the top di Internet retribuiscano il flusso di informazioni dal quale oggi ottengono senza fatica né merito enormi profitti. Per usare 2 categorie care al più noto e più grande pensatore nato in Sardegna, Antonio Gramsci, noi non ci fermiamo al pessimismo della ragione, ci affidiamo all'ottimismo della volontà. La speranza del sindacato dei giornalisti è che la nostra scommessa possa essere anche la vostra, o che comunque in questi giorni, mentre rifletterete sulle prospettive e le opportunità della comunicazione, ricordiate le difficoltà e i diritti di chi si dedica all'informazione professionale. Buon lavoro e buona verità a tutti.
A future in which journalists will not risk prison or the threats of organized crime. A future in which information will not be subjected to the pressures of politics nor poverty, and in which publishers companies, jointly with information workers, will obtain that the internet over the top will pay for the flow of information from which they now obtain immense profits without effort or merit. To use 2 categories dearest to the greatest thinkers born in Sardinia, Antonio Gramsci, we do not stop to the pessimism of reason and we rely on the optimism of the will. The hope for the journalists' union is that our gamble can also be yours, or that, in any case in these days, while you reflect on the point of views and opportunities of communication, you will remember the difficulties and rights of those who dedicate themselves to professional information. I wish you good work and good truth to all of you.
Thank you very much, Celestino Tabasso. I was pretty sure that you were going to tell us these very, very important topics. And now, if no one, the persons were supposed to participate and were having difficulties on the technical side, are not here, and they are not, for what I can see. I pass the floor to Francesco Di Costanzo, who is the president of an association devoted to encourage the digital innovation in public sector. PIA Social is the name. Please, Francesco.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me and for the association to participate. Thanks so much to Elisabetta Vola, to Fabrizio Meloni, Andrea Volterrani, and all the organizers of Medcom, the University of Cagliari, the Hospital of Cagliari, and the University of Tor Vergata. I am, as Elisabetta said, the president of an Italian association, PA Social, Public Administration Social, that is the first national association dedicated to the use of social media, chat, artificial intelligence for the public communication and journalism. For the new public communication, we work a lot on dissemination, on an exchange of good practice, on events, on professional training, on books, on research, to try to improve the use of these instruments, so digital platforms, to have good and quality communication, information, public services to the citizens. I am here only for a welcome and a lot of compliments, because you have a very large and quality program, so very good. We are also on the international level work with OECD, with a big working group, international working group on public communication and for the fight on disinformation. And in Italy, we try to have a reform of the law, that is the law on public and public communication and journalism. The aim of this work is to recognize the new figures, the new professional figures, digital professional figures for communication and journalism, and also to have a new organization of work. So with an integration of the skills, with a different and new organization of the working time, on the instruments, on the languages. So we are trying to have a revolution in the work of communication, the work of communicators and journalists. PIA Social is available for other appointments and to improve a very large culture, digital culture in public communication and journalism. So for me, it's a pleasure, and I wish you a good work. And it's a very, I repeat, a very interesting program. Thanks.
Thanks, Francesco Di Costanzo, and consider yourself already invited to give us a seminar as soon as possible at the University of Cagliari, for sure. And now we will listen to Andrea Volterrani, who is one of the main chair of this conference, and Andrea was chair also for past editions of Medcom. So please, Andrea, it's your moment.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, because some of our participants in this moment live a different moment in their day life, because we have participants from Hong Kong, from Vietnam, from Nepal, and we start in Italian time in the morning, but in Italian time is not the time, for example, in Malaysia. And for example, I say to the colleague in Malaysia, good afternoon, 7 hours and a half, it's not easy. Thank you to all the participants, because they are the protagonists of our Medcom conference. That the first time in Europe, Medcom started in 2015 in Southeast Asia, and I think it's important to underline this because this is the sixth edition of Medcom. Sure, 2020 plus one for the COVID problems. And but I want to say that it's the first edition in Europe, and it is an opportunity for all of us to exchange different culture, different point of view, different study, different research, but also it is possible to find in this moment, in this conference, many occasions to share idea, to share new research, to share new opportunity to increase knowledge on media and communication. I say only that is a good opportunity in these 3 days to discuss and to meet to build the future together. I don't say anything, but I say good work to all participants, and we have a good conference in the next days.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. We are working together in this conference since the 2 years, so it's like, for example, Andrea participated also to the other conferences. This is the first time that Europe and the east of the world are together speaking about communication in one only place. It should be, it have to be Cagliari, but it's fine. We are happy in any case. And also with Fabrizio Meloni, that is the Chief of Communication and External Relations Officer at the University Hospital of Cagliari. We are organizing this conference. He's the third chair of the conference, and I'll give the floor to him.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the guests, and especially to you who made this conference possible despite the difficult times we are experiencing. But the future is full of hope at last. Thanks to vaccines, we see the possibility to end this emergency. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that communication is fundamental to citizens' lives. Communication is a relationship. Communication is union. Communication is solidarity. Communication is strength. Communication is what allows us to create networks to overcome difficulties, to bring people closer to each other. It belongs to others, public administration sector, small businesses, and big companies. Everyone needs to discuss, to propose, to share their ideas and opinion. Everyone wants to build a better world made of dialogue, discussion, and exchange of ideas. This year of emergency has led the communication to make enormous strides, and technologies helped us overcome both physical and psychological barriers, making us feel closer to each other. I deal with health communication, and this year we have all realized how essential communication is. We were far away, but thanks to communication, at the same time we were close, even much closer than before COVID pandemic. Technologies, social networks, dialogue, sharing are parts that no longer have to be seen as single units, but they have to be considered as a whole. And what unites them is the word communication. Our word is much more than a simple word. It's the story of our lives. It's what really moves ideas and projects. It makes change run. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fabrizio. And behind the scene, there is an association, an organization that is the organization that created the Medcom conferences since 6/7 years. And Isanka Gamaj is here to speak in name of T. Kim. It's an organization of young researchers based in Sri Lanka, and it's a pleasure to give him the stage.
much. Thank you very much.
Sì, sono Andrea Volterrani. Scusami, Nathan. Ti devo mandare un link allora probabilmente, ma non so dove...
Andrea, spegni il microfono. WhatsApp. Andrea, spegni il microfono.
Non c'è WhatsApp.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Gola, and all of you. I would like to again welcome all of you by saying good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, because today there are most of participants joining, representing different countries around the globe. And also I'd like to welcome again in the traditional Sri Lankan way. It's called Ayubowan. It has a meaning. It's a wish for a long life. I think in this situation, it's really needed. Yeah, so it's my pleasure to talk with all of you, because this is the first time we are, as Professor Andrea mentioned, this first time we are bringing this conference, Medcom, to Europe. I think as Professor Elizabeth mentioned, so this is the proper platform. We can have more network, we can have more communication, more knowledge sharing works we can do through this conference. So as we have watched our next conference information through our video, so I would like to welcome all of you to join with that conference as well, because we wanted to organize this conference to make a proper platform to develop network around the globe who are working in communication and communication field. At the same time, we want to give help to more students in different areas, because this is the correct path to them to learn more and develop their network. At the same time, I would like to mention for next year, all the participants who are joined with this year conference, you will get more benefits. Of course, we have arranged a program within these 3 days. If you can register and reserve your slots for next year conference, you will get a 50% discount as well. To make it happen, you have to make a $50 payment and book your slot. The reason behind the next year conference objectives, of course, we are planning to do a lot of extra events, such as some panel discussion, roundtable discussions. Then there will be separate storytelling sessions. You can speak about your story. You can tell your story to the whole world. And also, we are going to have a separate corner. Anyway, it will be virtual, but separate corner for short films, and also to show what you have done so far to the people. Then you can get more feedbacks from other participants from around the world. And also giving more opportunity for the publications, giving more support for publications by connecting a lot of journals, reputed journals. And also, especially for students, probably there are more students from all around the world. We are going to have a separate session for them to develop their career. So I would like to invite to all of you. We have just shared our new website link as well. You can go through that. If you need any support, please contact anytime. And I would congratulate to all of you for the successful conference, and try to develop your network through this conference, because we will have separate networking session, and also try to get more knowledge and share your experience. Thank you very much, and Ayubowan.
Thank you, Isanka, also for the Ayubowan greeting and wishes. And so it's very good that you spoke about the networking session, because people probably are not familiar with that kind of session, and also because it is during the lunch time for Italian time zone. It is not mandatory, but is really nice if you want just to hang on in the room and just try to be a community in this space of time. And now I think we could try to make the photo group, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Or we have.
So we will promote all other attendees to the panelists as panelists. Then everyone can switch on their video. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually giving access to all of you to switch on your camera. So the technical team is promoting you to the panelist mode. So you will all have access to switch on your camera. So give a couple of minutes for all of us to give you all to switch on your camera. So whenever you are ready, please do make sure to switch on your camera. So we'll give a few minutes for everyone to get ready. And once we are ready, I will give you the signal once we take the group photograph. Thank you. It's wonderful to see all your beautiful faces all around the world. And again, we do have more than 100 plus participants representing more than 30 different countries today at Medcom 2021 conference. So again, I would like to welcome all of you from different parts of the world. And right now the technical team is giving access to all of you to switch on your camera. And if you do have this beautiful background that I have put, you can put that as well, since it will look great in the group photograph. So I'll just give another couple of minutes to everyone to get ready for the group photograph. And when everyone is all set, I will be giving the signal once we are taking the group photograph. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin Joseph.
They will give another 30 seconds. I see some of you all are still trying to switch on your cameras. So I'll give another 30 seconds for all of you to be ready to photograph. Thank you.
Austin, also 1 minute, not only 30 seconds. I see that many people, 7 people, don't 7 participants.
Yeah, we are trying to convert to the panelist.
I already gave the access to them to join as a panelist. So they are joining now, rejoining now.
Again, a last reminder. So if you're online and if you would like to be part in the group photograph, please make sure to switch on your camera, and we will be taking the group photograph in the next few seconds. Thank you. So I hope everyone is ready. All right, I think everyone is all set, and I hope you all are ready, because we are ready to take the group photograph. So can I have a big, beautiful smile from all around the world? Keep smiling, since the technical team will be taking the photo.
Be ready.
Keep smiling. Almost done.
Yeah, the first set is done now.
Perfect. So we have taken the first set. So we will be taking another set with the thumbs up. So can I have a big thumbs up, everyone? And then we'll be taking the second set of the group photograph.
Okay.
Few more seconds. You're almost done.
Yeah, got it.
Perfect. So thank you very much, everyone, for being part in this wonderful, most memorable moment of the Medcom 2021 conference. And just give us a few hours, we will be sharing the group photograph with you all by email. And also we will be sharing the WhatsApp group that you all are in. So if you have not joined the WhatsApp group, you can join the WhatsApp group because we will be sharing all this in right there. And also don't worry, if you don't have WhatsApp, we will make sure to send you an email as well with the group photograph. So thank you very much again for being part, and it was great to see you all, your faces, beautiful spaces all around the world. And I wish you all the best for the conference and be part in the coming keynote speeches as well as the networking session and of course, all the presentations that's coming up. So with that note, I would like to officially hand over to Elisabetta Gola to start with the next proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austin, also to be so good managing the photo of the group. And there are really many persons that it's good. It's a pleasure to thank for being part of the conference and of the organization of the conference, all the scientific committee, and all the chairs, the panel chairs and the chairs of the session that will work now on, and Kama Eventi that gave us great support, and to all participants really that that sent their abstracts, even those ones that then couldn't participate. We received initially more than 500 abstracts. So it was really a very big conference. It is still great and big, and that's it's time to start with the scientific part. We have some break that we can have until 11, when it will be the first keynote that is really the first two keynotes. And so we will invite you to take a break and come back some minutes before 11 to listen to Professor Mohanduta. See you in a few minutes.
Elizabeth.
And thanks to all, of course, to all participants and authorities that greeting us.
Stop recording, Austin, I think. Or not?
Okay, great.
Yeah. This is a break. Mi sa che non ce la fa a collegarsi, oramai.
No, vabbè, adesso I think we could just take the break and until 11 so that we can breathe and take some water. It's a pretty strict schedule, so it's good to have some break.
Get the proper understanding about the timing for other part of the world. I think around the 20 minutes we can have a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost about 18 minutes, I think, right now.
Yes. Okay. See you in 20 minutes. We can write it also in the chat, probably. We are ready to start the next session if Professor Tuta is in the room. I don't see him, but before Austin told me that he saw him.
I don't see in the list.
Me neither. Let me check my email just in case of some communication.
Senza fino a 18 minuti.
Vediamo.
Ciao Michele. Hi Michele.
Hi. We are waiting for our speaker. I sent an email, but I don't have his phone number, sorry. I'm trying to understand if we can just exchange the order. I'm asking.
Yes.
Of course, if Professor Tuta is listen to us, we are waiting for him. sometimes the name in the Zoom room doesn't correspond, so that's why I was saying this. In the case, just turn on the webcam. I don't know if Marinella Belluati, who's the next chair, could, it is available, we could change the order of the speakers and start with Vilma Romaho. But I'm not sure that Professoressa Belluati could do that. So I wrote to her in this chat, but I didn't get an answer for now, so. But because all of us had some schedule, so. Let me double check.
Marinella Belluati.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the next keynote speaker coming in. Since he's having technical difficulties, we are waiting for him. So just to give a few minutes until the next speaker comes. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Joseph.
So good news, we are in contact with Moandutta, and he will be in the room soon. So just a few minutes to get him registered and be in the room. In the meantime, to don't waste the time, I can present him a little bit. Probably you already know everything about Professor Moandutta. He is Dean's Chair Professor of Communication. He's the director of the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation Care. The acronym is actually really nice and it matters. Massey University developing a cultural center, community-based projects on social change. Oh, welcome, Professor Dutta. I saw him for a while. So I keep presenting him, then we'll try to make him speaking. The main characterization of research of Professor Dutta is that his research is focused on community-based projects of social change, advocacy, activism that articulate health as a human right. And he sits on the advisory group Cultural Context of Health of the World Health Organization Europe, has been named as the 2025 first Aubrey Fisher Membership Award winner by International Communication Association, and in 2020 has been named a Fellow of International Communication Association and has been awarded by National Communication Association Golden Anniversary Monograph Award in the 2020 for an important article, Communication Sovereignty as a Resistance, Strategies Adopted by Women Farmers Amid the Agrarian Crisis in India. And Professor Dutta's research examines the role of advocacy and activism in challenging marginalizing structures, and the relationship between poverty and health, political economy, and global health policies, all topics that are around this very important theme. And his activism and research activity fits perfectly with the theme of our conference that in 2020, which in 2020 was communication and cultural change, and was centered exactly and precisely on these themes. And indeed, the title of this keynote talk is Addressing Health Inequalities Through Communication Activism, a cultural-centered approach. And now that I see that you are here, Professor Dutta, I pass you the stage, please. Thank you very much for having accepted this invitation. It's a really great pleasure. And I would also say hello by Alessandro Lovari that put us in a relationship, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Gola, for that lovely introduction, and thank you, Alessandro, for coordinating this conversation to make it happen. It really is my pleasure to be here. What I thought I will do today is take about 40 to 45 minutes to go over some of the key concepts, and then perhaps leave some time for us to have a dialogue. Is my pace okay for you? Or do I need to slow down a little bit more?
You're mute, Professor Gola.
The microphone was off. Go ahead. If you could stay a little bit shorter, it would be better because we are a little bit late, but it's a pleasure to listen to you. So go ahead. Do not
Thank
worry.
you. Thank you so much. So I want to begin by acknowledging the indigenous ancestors of Rangitane, the ancestors of this land, and I want to acknowledge the indigenous ancestors of lands across the globe, the displacement of whom forms the basis for much of the knowledge production that takes place globally. What I thought I will do in this particular talk is specifically to discuss the nature of health communication as health activism, and specifically discuss the ways in which we can think about and reimagine the nature of health communication as communication activism. In doing so, I will draw upon the work of CARE, the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation. This is the center I direct, and I want to acknowledge the many communities, community researchers, and activists around the globe who support the work of this center. So what I will do in this talk is initially set up the landscape to discuss health inequalities. Based on the discussion of these health inequalities, I will put up the framework of the culture-centered approach, and really then use that as a basis to talk about health organizing and health activism as a framework for building socialist imaginaries of health. So this is a picture on the screen that I wanted to begin this talk with by attending to the nature of spaces across the globe. Now, this the sort of image where you see the left-hand side of my screen inhabited by the margins, by communities largely in poverty. These are often your migrants, your refugees, your indigenous communities and minority communities. So there are a lot of intersectionalities that play out here in terms of race, ethnicity, social class, migration status, indigeneity. And then on the right-hand side, you see the spaces where the upwardly mobile classes and the rich live. And this, unfortunately, is the architecture of most of our spaces across the globe today. And health inequalities play out on the landscape of these fundamental inequalities in the architectures of our societies. We certainly have seen this within the context of COVID-19, both in terms of the trajectories of COVID, as well as the effects of COVID-19 policies and interventions that both the infection as well as the policy responses play out along the pathways of these intersecting inequalities. So these are constituted in the midst of what I argue in my work as neoliberal violence, the violence of the free market that legitimizes these inequalities as sort of the normative aspects of our societies. And I define this as violence because it legitimizes the the inequalities that we see in our societies, and it legitimizes the inequalities in access by giving it the language of the market. So in terms of the trajectories of illnesses, whether it be in the form of infectious diseases or chronic diseases, we find that illness trajectories follow pathways of precarity, which is that the precarious classes experience greater likelihood of exposure to the risks of disease and illness. We certainly saw this with COVID, with the experiences of migrant workers in our field work, in many parts of the globe with migrant workers in India, in Singapore. What we witnessed is that COVID burdens were borne disproportionately by low-wage migrant workers, and often they were placed in the kinds of living conditions where they were unable to practice physical distancing or social distancing. But also in the context of India, when the policy response as lockdown was introduced, thousands of migrant workers were expelled out of their spaces of living in the cities onto the roads in unsafe conditions, in crowded conditions as they were trying to get home. So on the backdrop of this image, you see migrant workers stranded, and often that meant that they got together in very crowded spaces where the infection spread quickly. And then when they traveled from the urban spaces to rural areas, they brought the COVID trajectory with them into spaces of poverty. Now, this is situated in the backdrop of ongoing attacks on labor rights, on decent housing and sanitation conditions, the absence of clean drinking water and decent food. In our work in Singapore, for instance, we demonstrated that the COVID outbreaks in dormitories housing low-wage migrant workers were intertwined with the lack of decent housing that had been a chronic problem for the workers for many years. So, Singapore governance, which is often celebrated as smart governance and efficient governance, was completely caught unaware when the outbreaks started taking place in migrant worker dormitories. And a big part of that was because the poor housing conditions had remained unaddressed. Now, this kind of neoliberal violence on the precarious classes also play out amidst the effects of policy solutions and interventions, such that the kinds of health solutions that are offered disproportionately affect the communities at the margin. So we have seen this in terms of the disproportionate effect of policy responses to COVID, including disproportionate effect of lockdown responses on communities that are already struggling with employment and lack of access to adequate income, with communities struggling with food insecurity, barriers to accessing basic testing. We are, of course, now seeing that in terms of barriers to accessing vaccines, accessing healthcare, and sort of this precarity then, and then the intertwined relationship of the precarity with health further reproduces cycles of poverty. So how does then neoliberal violence play out in the dominant approaches to health communication, or what I call hegemonic health communication? Hegemonic health communication, by fundamentally ignoring these inequalities and focusing on message-driven behavior change, continues to produce and reproduce inequalities and sustain these inequalities. The underlying structures that constitute poor health remain unaddressed, with our emphasis on messaging and targeting the individual with messaging strategies. Alongside this, hegemonic health communication makes us normal or normative these neoliberal forms of violence, often by working alongside strategies of surveillance, securitization, and disciplining, where we sort of think of communities at the margins as communities to be surveilled and disciplined through techniques of state intervention, while failing to address the broader structural issues. So this, in the process, and again, this is an emergent theme in my current work, is that this in the process produces what I call that callous state, that state that is careless about the health and well-being of people at the margins, where precarious communities are expendable and exploitable. As their labor is exploited, at the same time, the state remains not accountable to their health and well-being. So if you think about the kinds of processes of health communication that enable this, at the heart of it is the privatization of health that places the onus on individual responsibilities, so that health communication messaging focuses on the individual. So when we saw the COVID outbreaks in the dormitories in Singapore, the messaging was focused on getting the individual workers to practice safe behaviors, while the reality was that the workers were living in rooms of more than 20 workers in a room, and were unable to practice physical distancing measures. So this kind of logic of individualized behaviorism, where we focus on the individual behavior and at the same time pathologize culture, serves as the basis for generating market-based solutions, where we propose market-based solutions. We propose public-private partnerships as ways for both depleting health resources and privatizing public health. And at the same time, essential workers in healthcare are precarized. So we have seen this in the trajectories of COVID in terms of the lack of protections to essential workers, and particularly precarious essential workers, all the way from lack of access to preventive measures, to preventive equipment and resources that workers have experienced. We have also seen with COVID-19 the effects of these lack of health resources, particularly in terms of the weakened public health infrastructure, the absence of public health resources, hospitals not having the capacity to actually treat COVID patients. In India, we saw the lack of access to oxygen cylinders amidst the second wave of COVID. So you can sort of place all of this amidst these processes of privatization of health and healthcare. So in this backdrop, then, the culture-centered approach argues that what we fundamentally need in health communication is a framework for addressing the structures that constitute health, by looking at the ways in which we can work with communities at the margins in building voice infrastructures or spaces where they can have their voices heard and express their agency through their voices, and articulate and own solutions that are meaningful to their lived experiences. So in this sense, the culture-centered approach challenges the whiteness of hegemonic health communication, where you have experts sitting in hegemonic spaces, creating top-down messages to be sent out to communities at the margins, and instead suggesting that what we really need to be looking at is the ways in which we can build health infrastructures anchored in voices of communities at the margins, so that these can be the basis for transforming the unequal policies that constitute poor health outcomes for communities at the margins. So communicative inequalities, the inequalities in access to voice and infrastructures, to resources for representation and recognition, are intertwined with structural inequalities, the inequalities in access to fundamentals of health, healthcare, and preventive resources. So the culture-centered approach then suggests that the way to go about addressing these structural inequalities is by building infrastructures for communicative equality, where communities can actually have their voices be heard and represent themselves in terms of being able to make decisions that impact their lives. So let me sort of break down this concept of communicative equality into its basic elements. So the first element is equality in the distribution of resources of communication. So we are simply looking at patterns of distribution of communicative resources and thinking about how do we actually build equality here. And this ranges all the way from information resources to resources for representation and decision-making to resources for voice. And similarly, this is connected to also equality in the ownership of communicative resources. So this is our work from Eastern India in rural indigenous communities. And the work that we do here is in terms of building communication infrastructures for communities to participate in, but also for communities to own these communication infrastructures. So how do we build communication infrastructures, resources of information, resources for representation and decision-making and voice that are owned by communities at the margins? So this is an image drawn from our work with women farmers, and these are landless, outcast women farmers in south of India. And the work we do there with communicative equality is in terms of women's ownership of communicative spaces. So this is an image from the community radio that is run by the women. And this community radio becomes an infrastructure through which they participate in decision-making. They are able to create solutions and then actually disseminate these solutions in the communities based upon their participation. So the ownership of information infrastructures and voice infrastructures forms the basis for building transformative registers for health communication that can actually go about addressing and challenging unhealthy policies. So the culture-centered approach then argues that this process of building voice infrastructures methodologically plays out in terms of the three key tenets. First is, how do we build the habits of learning to learn from below? How do we build habits of learning to learn from communities? And this is a fundamental inversion of how we go about doing health communication, because it is inviting us to actually develop habits of learning to learn from communities at the margins, and particularly in terms of building spaces where communities at the margins can create and sustain health solutions? How do we build methodologies of patient listening to an ethic of the other, particularly when most of our training in the hegemonic formations has been about message dissemination, and even when we talk about doing things like formative research and data gathering from communities, it is scripted in terms of helping us design effective messages to target communities. So the culture-centered approach asks, how do we decolonize that to actually begin to learn to listen and build habits of listening to communities? And then how do we work alongside communities to build alternative political, social, cultural, economic formation? So the recognition that poor health is a result of unequal structures turns the work of the culture-centered approach into organizing work, mobilizing work to transform these colonial capitalist structures that reproduce inequalities. So fundamentally, with the question of inverting the dominant structures of meaning making and beginning with meanings that emerge from communities as the basis for reconfiguring health. So communication, health communication as activism in the culture-centered approach is about building communication infrastructures for community activism to transform dominant structures so that we can co-create spaces for voices at the margins. And these spaces then become sites for creating strategies for foregrounding stories of lived experiences, for foregrounding processes through which the structures can be dismantled, but at the same time for making visible the inequalities that are often hidden by the structures, for making visible the irrationalities that are disseminated by the structures. So let me give you that example of Singapore, where, with the infections in the migrant worker dormitories, the dominant state narrative was that these infections has happened because of poor cultural practices of workers. Now, building an alternative voice register where the workers could actually share their narratives disrupted that hegemonic story or propaganda scripted by the structure, and instead drew attention to the actual poor living conditions of the workers and make them visible. And that becomes the site for activism. So drawing on existing networks of community organizations, building community organizations and spaces, and building layers for circulating these stories. Because once the stories start emerging from communities that disrupt the stories circulated by the hegemonic structures, the structures find ways of attacking those stories, delegitimizing them, of silencing them. So a key element of the process of building the voice infrastructures is to prepare for those attacks and think about the ways in which you can sustain these narratives. And through these narratives, as the structures are foregrounded, these become ways of also thinking through then how do we challenge the structures and how do we transform them, foregrounding solutions from the margins, building strategies that connect, as well as strategies that articulate ways of bringing about changes in the unequal structures. So voice infrastructures, as I articulated in the earlier slide, become the basis for narrating stories from the margins. So this is an example from the ongoing disciplining of migrant workers in India. And this is something that we have seen across the globe in terms of the poor treatment or the police violence on migrant workers amidst the pandemic. In Malaysia, for instance, workers were rounded up and put in prison, and this became a strategy for addressing COVID. So building these voice infrastructures become ways for witnessing, for evidencing that police violence and strategies of disciplining. And through that process of witnessing and telling stories at the margins, and from the margins, those dominant ways of disciplining, oppression, and exploitation are disrupted. So co-creating these infrastructures for activism, call for building advisory groups at the margins of the margins that participate in the analysis of power, exploring the sites of erasure, identifying the structural challenges to health, and through that process then building habits and pedagogies of democracy through which communities can actually intervene into these structures and create strategies for responding to these structures. So building that voice infrastructure then becomes a way for communities to organize and mobilize to transform. So I share here with you voices of two of our community organizers from the work that we have been doing. One is in the United States with the African American community, and this is the voice of Rosie Thomas, who was the lead community organizer with our work in the US with African American Heart Health. And she says that for communities to actually have a say, we need to create registers for listening so that community voices can be heard, and so that communities can work alongside health communicators, activists, academics to bring about the change that is necessary. And below you have an excerpt from Nadamma, who is the lead community organizer from the Women Farmers Project that I was sharing with you about. And she shares that when we own these communicative infrastructures, we tell our stories. And through these stories, we disrupt the logics of profiteering and profit-making circulated by hegemonic structures and build alternative rationalities that are grounded in our lives and in our lived experiences. So these infrastructures of voice build infrastructures of listening, which then enable us to imagine alternative social, political, economic structures that interrogate the logics of capitalism and colonialism, and that make impure these dominant categories of capital. So this process of creating a voice infrastructures then results in generating knowledge from communities at the margins, where community voices at the margins produce knowledge that is grounded in the lived realities of the margins. And this is built upon the recognition that this process of knowledge production from the margins is inherently political. It is the political work of building infrastructures for voice, asking questions about who produces knowledge, who produces the cultural artifacts, who measures and evaluates these artifacts, who funds them, and what are the possibilities of knowledge production outside of capital. And in that process, then they imagine alternative rationalities that both dismantle the logics of capital as well as work outside the disciplining terrains of capital. So health communication as activism then invites the academic to place the body on the line, because if we are really interested in addressing these structural inequalities, we have to be ready to place our body on the line in solidarity with communities at the margins to agitate against these structures. We have to think about how we turn our work into organizing workers, organizing communities at the margins. In a lot of our work that we do here with indigenous communities, it is about organizing movements for land rights, because the frontiers of global capital today are in the extractive zones of capital, where a lot of indigenous communities live. And unfortunately, a lot of communication work, public relations work is co-opted and complicit in the production of these exploitative frontiers of capital, particularly in terms of creating strategies for dispossessing indigenous communities. So the work of the culture-centered approach in that context turns into the question of how do we actually look at the work of health communication as organizing to resist these dominant structures and their PR apparati to build indigenous sovereignty anchored in indigenous land rights. How do we build movements for abolishing prisons, noting that prisons are fundamentally built upon racist infrastructures that fundamentally threaten health and well-being of Black communities and communities of color. And then finally, how do we build movements for socialist politics, particularly in terms of returning to socialist principles for organizing health and healthcare based on the idea that health is a fundamental human right. So as we do this work of health activism, it is important to recognize that there are various challenges in the work of care. We have experienced a wide range of challenges, all the way from sustained attacks on the stories and the legitimacy of the stories, to threats of violence deployed through intelligence, security, military, police apparatus, to strategies of co-optation and delegitimization, to stigmatizing campaigns and the use of laws. So understanding these challenges becomes a way for us to prepare to think about strategies to sustain the communication infrastructures. And I have left a few key points here. One is, how do we build communication sovereignty, where communities can own the sovereign spaces of communication? This turns to the indigenous idea here in Kaupapa Maori. We talk about that as Tinoranga Tiratanga, which means the right of indigenous communities over communication spaces and to own these spaces, to identify strategies for creatively responding to structures while also building plural or many different networks of solidarity and support. Part of that creativity is attending to the timing and the presence of the resistive strategies and connecting across spaces to build multiple nodes for voices of communities at the margins. So these processes of community participation then, and this is an image from our work with the women farmers, turn into building radical democracies in the everyday, where the transformations in health, the transformations in neoliberal health organizing are brought about through the organizing of communities at the margins into democracies, where communities own these democratic spaces, where they can make decisions that are meaningful to their health and to their lived experiences. So I leave you with this particular slide, which is the voice of a migrant worker in Singapore, who sort of points out the basic idea of health in that sense is about basic rights and about recognizing that these are universal rights connected to sort of the protection of the rights of those at the margins. And the conversation therefore needs to begin from how do we protect and secure these rights, rather than starting from how do we create messages to get those at the margins to behave better based upon scripts created from hegemonic structures. So social change for health communication is ultimately about building socialist imaginaries that transform the kinds of neoliberal policies that have brought us to where we are today across the globe with the pandemic. I will wrap up with the words of the Indian activist novelist Arundhati Roy, who says that the pandemic is a portal which invites us to imagine new possibilities. And for us health communicators, it's worthwhile to consider that with the large-scale inequalities that have been rendered visible by the pandemic, how are we going to imagine an alternative epistemology and ontology for health communication work? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dutta. It's been a really interesting, deep, and emotional talk. And I just ask the participants if they want to intervene and ask a question. In the meantime, I want just to comment that often people ask me, because of my involvement in communication too, if the digital technologies and now also the pandemic worsen the gap in social communities and increase the divides that we experienced even before. And I really don't, I mean, difficult to give an answer. So your talk showed that there is no an easy answer, but a lot of work to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Take the opportunities, be activist, as in many kind of fields. And it came to my mind also the approach feminist to 90%, that means not only for women, that in a sense seems to me really related to the approach. And of course, I very in agreement with that approach.
Absolutely.
I don't know if Andrea or Fabrizio want to add
Yes,
something.
it's very, very interesting, Mohanna, very, very interesting. And when you talk about your approach and socialist imagination, but the role of community and the role of people from below, I think as your approach is a Freire approach, Paulo Freire, the pedagogy of oppressors, this is the same, and it is important to underline that nowadays it is necessary to give voice. I agree with you, to the people from below, to build communities, more strong communities, local communities, digital communities also, to include many, many peoples, to understand, to say their problems, not only health problems, but also other types of problems, social problems, inequalities, and so it's on that comment. Thank you for your intervention, for your speech.
Thank you, Andrea. And, I appreciate you referring to conscientization and to the Freirean approach. Absolutely. I think that there are lots of synergies here. And ultimately, as you see with the migrant worker crisis across the globe, it is that absence of voice and absence of the fundamental rights of migrant workers to have a say in these policies that have become so evident and visible globally, hasn't it?
Exactly. And this is the point in this moment, and communication can make something on this.
Yes.
Can. Yes, sure.
Yeah.
I see Marinella Beluati. So I thank you very much, Professor Duta, also to be in the schedule and to be able and to accept to shorter the talk so that we can stay on time. Thank you very much for your talk. And now I would suggest to have 5 minutes break so that we can change the stage and the speaker. And I see that Marinella Beluati, that is the chair of next keynote, is here.
Elisabetta, there are two
questions.
Yes.
Oh, great. So no break, but questions.
No break.
Chitra, you can also turn on your webcam and microphone if you want, but I can read the question. The first one is, how can we as media teachers contribute to health communication? Teachers. Okay, sorry. How can, as we media teachers, contribute to health communication? And the second one, she's writing, so.
Okay. Did you want me to? I'm just...
Sorry, I use my glasses so that I can read better.
I'm also mindful of time. Maybe I could just start responding to the first one as she's typing.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think, as media teachers, there is a lot in terms of our pedagogy and what we teach and the training of journalists. You know, one of the things that has been quite amazing when we look at the migrant worker coverage or the lack of coverage is the extent to which the migrant worker voices are missing. So, you know, one of the things that P. Sainath, you know, who is an Indian journalist who has long argued that the Indian media have completely turned away from the agrarian and the rural economy and articulating those narratives, as it has turned to sort of a neoliberal urban kind of narrative. So I think there is a big question to be asked in terms of how do we transform these media infrastructures and how do we teach our students to be committed to telling the stories of the margins and to learn to listen to the habits of the margins. You know, I will give you my Singapore example. So working with the migrant workers in Singapore, we were able to actually intervene into, and for those of you that are familiar with Singapore, it's an authoritarian state where there is a fairly strong silencing of media. And yet, you know, working with the migrant workers, we were able to intervene into that silence with the conditions of the dormitories by creating actually the registers for multiple stories, you know, that came out in The Guardian, in The Time, in the South China Morning Post. And a lot of that work was us as a health communication team of activists collaborating with the workers, but also collaborating with the media. So that's a powerful example in the ways in which the media can intervene to be able to tell stories that disrupt the hegemonic structures, you know. And your next question is
the other question. Yes, it's more a comment. Go ahead. It seems. If you are reading the question, you can. She said, and in a country like India, where there is also class strata, how difficult to convey the health communication to these classes?
Yeah, and I think, you know, so what we find is that if you think about building health communication infrastructures at the margins, it's not really difficult at all to build spaces for voices of communities at the margins because they already have their agency. They already have many creative and powerful solutions. The question is, you're absolutely right, in a country like India that is deeply classist and unequal, how do you then create registers for these stories to be heard in ways that matter? You know, I showed you a picture during my presentation of workers walking on the railway tracks. Did you see that picture? And, you know, one of the things that happened is that when the workers were thrown onto the streets, really, and they were walking over 1,000 kilometers to get home, often they were walking on railway tracks because that was the only way they knew how to get home. When the workers would get tired and sleep on the railway tracks, a train would come, and, you know, there were multiple occasions when workers were killed on the railway tracks. So this is a powerful example of the kind of violence that is perpetuated by the state. So the question really is, in that case, Chitra, that amidst these deep inequalities and this kind of callousness by the state, how do we build registers for telling these alternative stories, number one? And two, how do we mobilize our publics so that they can actually respond to these gross injustices with action? Because it's not just about telling the stories, but then it's also about moving people from hearing the stories to actually doing something about them, you know?
Thank you very much. So we have another question. In South India, a state called Kerala has implemented policies for migrant workers in nurturing their families with regard to education to their children. How do you see this? And this is the last question, I think.
Yes, so I will be very quick with it. Anita, that's a great question. In fact, I have written an article about how the Kerala response is so different from the response with the rest of India, and that is fundamentally because it is committed to a socialist politics. Kerala has a democratically elected socialist party that is specifically committed to building these welfare infrastructures for its migrant workers. So it has actually, amidst the pandemic, worked out really well. So it's a shining example of within a same country where you have this kind of a massive failure in COVID response, an example of exemplary COVID response. And that really connects to having that infrastructure for addressing health as a human right and as a universal basis for care. Thank you.
Thank you to you for inspiring talk and for this discussion. And I'll pass the floor to Marinella Beluati, a virtual applause to Mohandutta. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisabetta, Professor Elisabetta Gola. Thank you to Medcom for having given me this role of chair. And with pleasure, I would like to introduce Vilma Luamano, that is one of the world's leading experts in public communication sector. She is a full professor of corporate communication and vice dean of research at the University of Jyväskylä. Sorry for the pronunciation in advance. At the School of Business and Economics in Finland. She got her PhD in organizational communication at the Department of Communication at the University of Jyväskylä, and she holds the title of Professor of Organizational Communication at both the University of Helsinki and the University of Vaasa. Vilma Luamao previously worked as a visiting scholar at Annenberg School for Communication and Journalism at the University of Southern California and Stanford University MediaX. Before that, she worked in the Academy of Finland Fund Research Project on Social Capital at the Department of History and Ethnology and TEKIS Founded Research Project on Measuring Intangible Assets in Organization at Agora Center JYQ. She currently leads major research projects related to young people and social media, as well as strategic communication in the public sector. She has published a widely interdisciplinary journal ranging from business history to computer in human behavior. And one of her latest co-authored book, Public Sector Communication, Closing Gap Between Citizen and Public Organization, published in 2019, deals with measuring intangible assets in the public sector. Vilma Luamao has recently published with Mara Jose Canel the first handbook of public sector communication in 2020, published by Wiley. She has a public sector practitioner background and has helped develop public sector communication in Finland, Spain, and the European Commission. She is the professor in charge for the Finnish data of the European Communication Monitor and currently working on social media influencers, strategic communication, and intangible assets in the public sector. The main Vilma Luamao scientific interests are stakeholders relations, intangible assets of organization, digital publics, sponsored content, public sector communication, fake stakeholder influence, fake holder, negative stakeholder engagement, hate holder. And today, Vilma Luamao presents a keynote titled Citizen from Venus, Authorities from Mars. Public sector communication in the digital realm. Vilma, you have 45 minutes for your presentation. At the end, we hope in 50 minutes for the debate. Thank you, Vilma. The floor is yours.
Wow, thank you, Marinella, for a very long introduction of a lot of things in life. It's wonderful to start like this when somebody is telling the best parts of your academic life. But I am so sorry we are not all meeting in Italy, and I would really like to thank Elsbetta, Fabrizio, Andrea, as well as Alessandro for organizing that I am speaking here. So I'm really taken and touched that you would invite me. But because I am not there, I am in Jyväskylä, Finland. And I thought maybe you want to see what it's like, because, you know, you don't get to travel much either. So this is my backyard. I think we need to start this conference with this. Look, it's a really nice lake, but you know what the problem is? It's really cold. The water is really cold. But so this is summer in Finland. If we are lucky, it's like Italy for a few days. But if we are not lucky, it's just raining and snowing all of summer. But I think God had mercy on me, because I could not come to Italy, and he gave me sunshine in Finland. All right, let's see if I can share all of this. Yes, so the title today that we are talking about is whether authorities, meaning public sector employees and politicians and people who represent public sector organizations, whether they are of a different mentality than the citizens of today. So before I start all of this, I've summarized some reports about the future of communication. And it looks like that the future of communication is several things. Of course, we will never know before it happens. But at the moment, it looks like that it's going to be something that emphasizes a lot of visual aspects. Also, increasingly, citizens want things that are relevant to them. So they want communication to be pulled instead of pushed in their face, as in, you need to know this. They want to be able to pull it. Also, we talk about future communication being optimized, meaning that you cannot just send messages and hope everybody wants them, but you need to get the right message to the right citizen at the right time, meaning that you need to know a lot about the citizen, because if you don't know what their problem is, if you don't know what their expectations, their questions, their problems, you cannot get the communication to match. Also, future communication is sponsored in the sense that no individual organization alone can get everybody's attention, not even the citizen attention, for a long time. So you constantly need to be looking at who do you partner with, what kind of other organizations, NGOs, other governments, other units, influencers, social media influencers, bloggers, vloggers, whatever you have to work with. Future communication is also shareable. So citizens, the ones who want to participate, acknowledge that not everybody has citizenship and acknowledge that not everybody wants to participate. But when they do, they want to share it. They want to be inspired, get the information quickly. And at least what we're finding in Finland is that the citizens don't want to read long reports. They want little snacks, kind of like an afternoon snack in between meals. And they have to be coming into their own bubbles, that we have this media bubble thinking in where the individual pulls their own interests into their bubble, meaning that you are separated in society in your own media bubble, and the messages that you want, you subscribe to. Well, so future communication should create realistic expectations, because if the citizens expect 100% safety, for example, and the public sector is not able to verify every single case, a little problem will diminish trust greatly. And what do we need to do? Answer the next questions that the citizens have. Okay, so with this in mind, if future communication is like this, then what on earth is public sector communication? So as all academics, we love to have a great definition. So our definition of what public sector communication is that it's goal-oriented. So there's always a point. So it's not just randomly speaking to random citizens, but it's inside organizations and between organization and stakeholders. And the function is that it enables the public sector to function, to work. And it's always located in one or several different cultural and political settings. And there is a purpose, at least in the Western democracies, to maintain and build the public good and trust that happens between citizens and authorities. Now, I know this is the Finnish way of thinking, right? Because the welfare state, the high trust in society, low corruption, this is, you would say that this is a very naive description. But there is also a realistic definition of public sector communication. And this might be something that many of the people who work in public sector at the moment recognize. So the reality of public sector communication: one way, randomly issued messages, unemotional fact listings that contain several difficult words, because that's what public sector is often about, as a result of unclear processes of who decided, where decided what, that reflect pretty much organizational challenges. So communication can only be as good as the organization is. So such communications, they are sent out sometimes before employees are informed of the political leaders' whims, and they sometimes even ignore stakeholders' current needs. Purpose is to impress the local media and maintain the individual and organizational benefits that the organization has achieved, and attempt to sound important. So, I don't know, sound familiar to anyone who's worked in the public sector? To me, at least, yes, it does at some points. But let's move on. If we look at what people say about public services and what people say about public sector organizations or their government, it often is about complaining. They were not happy with something, or they report something as not adequate, or the quality was poor, or they did not get what they want. Now, for communication, I see that this is actually a challenge of expectation management, because complaints result from bad expectation management. The individuals have a feeling that they should know something, they should get this information, and if the reality is something else, they complain. Now, if you have realistic communication, if your communication is able to realistically set the agenda, there's going to be less complaints. For example, a lot of the cases, there is complaints about the timeliness, or how long something takes, or how unclear the process is, or of all the documents that are needed. Many of those are actually problems that could be solved with communication if we decided to, because describing the process in a clear way to citizens would actually help everyone, because they wouldn't be spamming your hotlines with 25 calls of what's going on, is it being processed or not. So if it's the task of communication to set expectations, then what kind of expectations do they have, the digital citizens? And this is material that's based on both on the handbook and the Closing the Gaps book. And I guess you could say, and this is coming from John Gray's book, Women Are from Venus, Men Are from Mars. I'm not saying that there's a gender division in the public sector, but I'm saying that there is a difference in mindset often. So citizen expectations are pretty much that many services should be real time, because a lot of other services online are real time. In the organizational way, in the organizational world, real time is very difficult to produce for millions of citizens at the same time. So it's all about a process. It's about the process of how things are done, and what's next, and what procedures need to happen. Citizen expectations are that communication is personal. Whatever they want, what their question is, their need at the moment, is their main focus. For public sector and organizations, it's usually generalized, because you have to be able to give a lot of answers to everyone, and even tailored or personal messages, they make you think of corruption, because how can they possibly, address everybody's needs this closely if they answer that way? Citizen expectations are targeted. They usually have a clear target of what they are asking about, or what they are interested in, and topic and issue or something. And that's what drives them. Whereas in the public sector organizational world, it's all about priorities. There are a lot of stakeholders, a lot of conflicting needs, changing needs, dynamic needs, and you really have to prioritize. If you don't prioritize, you will wear out your communication workers in 1 week, and that's the end of the story. Citizen expectations are often issue-centric. They see a certain thing in society that they are upset about, or a development in their area or city or something, and they want to take part in that. Whereas organizational communication is often fact-based, very much about telling the facts about this event, telling the facts about that, what do we want the individuals to do. Citizens are looking for answers, whereas public sector often delivers policies of how things should be done in general, which is great because we need to have some structure in the thing. Citizens expect that there is a good attitude of service towards them because they are the ones who are supporting the system. And organizations are often driven by politics in the sense that you cannot just have a service mentality only. You have to think of all the things that are affected when somebody says yes to something, of all the things that happen. And citizens are guided by perceptions. If they perceive that this organization is not doing a good job, it's enough. They very seldom go into the organizational annual report, even though it might be online, and start checking, well, let's see how well this organization is performing. Instead, they say, well, I felt bad and, you know, it's a bad organization. So there's a lot of mental jumps when it comes to making citizen experiences. And organizations are very aware of their responsibilities. At least that's what it is like in Finland. If you talk to the public sector employees, they're very concerned that they are following their responsibility and that they are not crossing too many borders. And they're also careful not to do something that's not within their area, because if it's not, then somebody else, another organization will jump in and interact. So these are two different logics, expectations and logic. And I would say that if you're looking at a complaint, any complaint by citizens in most Western democracies, it usually touches one of these areas that we identified in this book. So, in the digital environment, who exactly has influence? And this comes from a lot of material published by the Oxford Internet Institute and their research projects, because I think that's a great place to go if you're looking for digital information. And I think we're still seeing a lot of influence by somebody we think is like us. So the person who is like me, partly because we think that an organization must have an agenda, a hidden agenda, that they want something from me that people like me don't want. Anybody who can be found by the citizens or their streams and feeds, what they follow, is influential. Anybody who parasocially bonds with the individual, meaning that they form a relationship, not a real relationship, a fake relationship, a one-way relationship with, is influential because they feel that this person is like a friend. Anybody who is a box turner, and if you're not familiar with what's box turning, it comes from marketing research. And the idea is that old consumers, when they see a marketing slogan, they pretty much believe it because they think, well, they've done the marketing research and I'm at that. So for example, if they say, now our service is faster, they say, okay, great. So the service is faster, so let's try it. Whereas the box turning generation, and this is mostly the younger generations, they are used to a lot of information online and they want to box turn, as in read the text behind the box. So they see this advertising, yes, our service is now faster. And what do? They box turn and say, what do you mean it's now faster? And they start reading the small print and looking at it and say, oh, well, it's only 0.5 seconds faster than before. And besides this, they've put this customer service into 2 different platforms. And now the other one is even more difficult to reach. So anything that somebody finds the truth about something in an organization is influential. This is why if you work for the yellow press, you want to make sentences and topics and titles with 10 things you never knew about your boss, or how your city is cheating you out of your money, or something like that. Even though there's very little background in it, but it just makes us feel like somebody is box turning, looking behind the truth of something. A very big hit in political communication as well. Anybody who supports my views is influential. Anybody who makes you feel good with positive emotions at the moment, and especially memes are really good way of influencing individuals, and anybody who helps you belong to a certain group or individual or a society. So if that's the case, then what do the communication people do in organizations? What should we be doing? Communicators should maintain the organization's intangible assets. That means a lot of different assets that you can't really directly measure in value in money, but that they can turn into money, or they can bring other assets that are worth money. And if then we are to manage intangible assets, what are they? And what exactly should we be managing? We've divided this with Maria Jose Canel in the book Public Sector Communication. We've divided it into 3 different areas of intangible assets. 1, organizational knowledge-based. So in the top hand left corner, you see those assets that actually don't really have that much to do with stakeholders or citizens or individuals. It's all about what the organization is. So, for example, organizational culture. This is an asset that organizations can cultivate. It's very valuable. It helps with everything else. But if you have a great organizational culture, it really depends on just the organization. Then some assets are pretty much citizen experience based. I mean, the organization can do something about it, but whether a citizen is satisfied is actually up to the citizen. It's an experience. Maybe they had a bad day. Maybe they just were complaining about something else. You never know. But this is citizen experience based. And then most of the intangible assets are actually a combination of all of these, or to some degree, in some cases, mix up. And then there are some that only happen once an organization and citizen actually collaborate, such as engagement or social capital. So they come as a result of those. And so mixing between these organizational knowledge and citizen experience are reputation. Mixing between experiences and collaboration is legitimacy, and mixing between organizational knowledge and collaboration is intellectual capital. And trust, we argue, is at the very center of it all, because this is something that requires the knowledge, it requires the experience, it requires the collaboration. So at the moment, we are planning to do some research in Finland and applies for some funding, which is part of the fun life that researchers do, applying for funding on how to make sure that citizens are safe in the environment where they are at when it comes to the digital environment, in the sense that how do we make sure that public sector organizations get the right information and understand the citizen expectations well enough. And in that research planning, we often come across inoculation theory, which suggests that actually to kind of vaccinate an individual for negative influence, or vaccinate them against disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, you can actually protect that individual by just giving them a weakened version of the argument or the future message, kind of like warning them that this is coming and this is happening, teaching them to reject that once it happens. And I think because this is a one-way presentation and I'm here in Finland and you guys are all over the world probably, I would be really interested in hearing in the chat, what do you think, in which country, wherever you are, what do your stakeholders or citizens in your country at the moment need to be vaccinated against? Okay, COVID-19, yes, definitely, we are there. We need to get vaccinated for that. But what else? What are the challenges that you see in your cultural context? And if it's Italy, feel free to write Italy vaccinate. And what do you think they should be vaccinated against? And I would start in Finland. I think they need to be vaccinated against naive thinking. in the sense that Finns are very protected because we have a small language, and we only have about 5 million people speaking Finnish. So that means that we've been pretty protected. Yes, there's some Russian influence operations going on all the time, but any neighbor of Russia is used to that. But at the same time, I think they are pretty naive in the sense that they are not always trained to read between the lines of what's the real intention of someone. But if you can think of anything in your country or your environment, please share in the chat of what your country or your citizens or what you think your environment of the world should be vaccinated against. Oh, okay. Italy needs to be vaccinated against fascism. Oh, that's very interesting. So that's on the rise again, I guess. Yeah, we're seeing all kinds of extreme right movements here in Finland as well. And I guess the more inequality we will have in society, the more extremes will rise up to meet those individuals who feel like they were left out of something and provide them an environment. Does anybody else want to comment on what you need to be vaccinated against? You can also put on your microphone if you want, because I'm really interested in hearing whether we share the same challenges across the world.
In Italy, it's a crucial question, vaccination or against vaccination.
Ah, right. So just whether you take the vaccination or not. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Because yeah, this is a really big thing. In Finland, we don't really have a problem with that. We're very vaccine believing, and it's more like the citizens are fighting for who gets their vaccine and when. But challenges are different. Okay, Nepal leaders vaccinated over their political gain over the peoples. Yes, yeah, that's a very good point. So understanding what comes with the power and kind of preparing their expectations of what happens. Kenya against refusing to take responsibility. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, right. So giving them the benefits of what responsibility is and giving them the outline of how bad it can get if you don't take responsibility. That's great thinking. And India vaccinated against sexual assault of women. Okay. Oh, that's a big one. Yeah, I think that's a global one as well. Yeah. And that's like something that's very difficult to vaccinate against, but I guess it starts early on. Italy, we need to be vaccinated against acculturation. Oh, very interesting. Oh, Vincenta, would you like to share a bit what that means? No? All right, let's continue. Thanks for these. I think the main point is that in communication, we need to be looking at a few steps ahead when it comes to society and when it comes to these what I call chains of events. So whatever we decide, a policy we set, what are the things that are going to follow it? What are the things that are going to happen afterwards? What are the unplanned consequences? What are the planned consequences, and are they happening? So once we know what our citizens need, we also need to think about how to get to them and what is influential and how do we use. Okay, so Vincenzo is continuing lack of culture. Oh, okay. Right. That's a new one. I've never thought about not being vaccinated against that, but that sounds very interesting. So moving on. If we have this new digital environment, if we have these new digital citizens, and if they are faced with these public sector organizations who are very traditional in many ways, even though they're of course doing a much better job than they used to do, what kind of logic and how should communication happen? What do we need to change, for example, in our communication? So I would suggest to start with issues. very often in public sector communication, we think about, well, what media are we using? Well, are we on Twitter? Are we looking at the websites? Are we on Facebook? Whatever the platform is, and we think that this is like, you know, where the communication happens or should happen. But instead, I would look at issues. Where and what are individuals talking about? What are the things that in our society individuals want to talk about, and what are they worried about? And whenever an issue is close enough to those of the interest of an organization, I think that's a great place to start a discussion and join the issues. So we in Finland work on this issue arena theory that might be familiar to some of you, which is all about just explaining how in this digital environment, no organization can afford to be organization-centered anymore. So the old maps where we used to have an organization in the center and then we had the stakeholders at the side, that doesn't work anymore because the organization is no longer at the center. The organization is one of the stakeholders in issues that collect these stakeholders. And understanding that will change your communication, because you can no longer just start thinking of when do we want to broadcast what message and to whom, but you need to think about what issue is now being currently discussed and how can we join in, how can we get our point across, and how can we avoid that there is as little or misinformation being produced about it, whether there is something you can do about it. So the second new logic that I suggest is that what drives the way individuals behave in this digital environment is actually emotions. And whoever is able to cause a positive emotion or even shock with a negative emotion becomes quite powerful. And this is already one of the news criteria when you look at like what's news and what do people click on, for example, in news. But increasingly, it's also so in organizational communication in the public sector. Because if you think about press releases or messages that public sector organizations release, usually if there is no emotional trigger to it or some kind of an emotional aspect or something that individuals can agree on or disagree on, it's just ignored. It doesn't really resonate. So in this new environment, you need to understand that emotions matter. So then we often talk about, yes, look, what are the fundings that we have for this? How much, what's the budget? What can we afford as such? And I would actually say that the new currency in this environment is actually attention, in the sense that if you are on the right issue arena, if you are utilizing or tapping into some of the emotions of the individuals or answering questions that they have, you will gain their attention, especially if you're partnering with other players in the area. So attention in itself is already a currency. And if you're able to get somebody's attention, then that means that your communication is likely to succeed. Box turning, remember we talked about that, looking behind the claims that organizations say that might not be true or might be true. And box turning is actually a means of communicating. So in this digital new environment, what's interesting is if you, as an organization, look at all the negative feedback, for example, or your customer complaints or citizen complaints that you get, and you box turn your own communication. So you take one of those claims and then you tell what's behind it. And that's kind of like bursting your own news bubble, but it's very interesting material. A good example of this is looking outside the box, as in like talking about topics that in your sector, usually they don't talk about. So for example, one of the major banks, Nordea in Finland, has a very popular blog post. So some content that is a box turning thing of something that the banking sector usually doesn't like to talk about. And it is about divorce. What happens to your money and your bank accounts when you get a divorce? And even though when you think about the branding of a bank, you would think, okay, this is a negative thing. We don't want to put that in our brand, and we don't want to talk about divorce. We don't want to be the divorce bank. We want to be a happy bank and have a great relationship with our customers. But actually, by box turning this thing that a lot of people are asking about, but they haven't, nobody has answered them before, they have become super popular. And because of this, they get a lot of traffic into their websites. So I guess the question is, what kind of things should you be box turning in your organization? What kind of things should you be box turning in society? What kind of things are individuals asking, but nobody is telling them what's behind there? And sometimes you can actually box turn before something becomes a crisis. So in this new logic, people like me are the new influencers. Yes, of course, we're using social media influencers, and they are very impactful, especially for the younger generations. But the reason that they are impactful is not because they're popular, it's because of their parasocial relationship. And the parasocial relationship describes them as a friend. So people think they don't have these persuasion knowledge filters in their brain because they think this is an influencer. Like, this is just a fashionable friend of mine, and they're recommending this. Communication is all about narratives in this environment, because just facts, random facts don't stick, but narratives are easy to report, and narratives are easy to follow and understand and make logic of. And understanding the expectations of citizens, I think, is a very important starting point for this. So what do the citizens want? What do they need? Where are they coming from? So here's what you can continue with. So Marinella wonderfully said at the beginning, these are the 2 books that are available. And if you hurry now, you can get them before they go on sale, which is what happens in online bookstores all the time. But I would really like to hear from you and have a few minutes to discuss. I think we have about 20 minutes to discuss, maybe 15.
Yes, 20 minutes. Thank you, Vilma, to remain in time and to free time for the debate. Only a consideration. Is very interesting. Your presentation is very stimulated this point of view. But if I thought to the public administration sector in Italy, for example, in Italy, this is a backward system. Employees are very elder people and cultural resistant to innovation and resistant to a new form of communication. And this is a lot of people now are employed in public administration sector, and it's very difficult to explain, to transmit this value to a old generation that use actually the tools from 20 years past. And this is a structural question, in my opinion. But I would like to collect question. If you want, you can take the microphone and pose directly the question to Vilma.
Or comments are welcome as well.
Yes.
And Marinella, we have the same problem in Finland. So it's not just Italy, it's everywhere, it's global. Oh. There is a lot of resistance to, do we have to be there, even at the top level in many organizations. But yes. At the same time, I think listening to citizens, it doesn't all have to be on Twitter or in social media. If those individuals understand the importance of listening to citizens, they can do that in the marketplace. They can do that in the local bus. That's fine. But you are right, even that might be a challenge, because individuals are very fixed on what they know how to do and how things have worked in the past. So we tend to repeat what is working in the past. So yes, I understand the challenges of that.
Please, you can write in the chat your question, or you take the phone.
Yes, or you can comment out loud, or you can also disagree. That would be fun.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, this is a question.
Okay, fine. So Nanita is asking, is artificial intelligence is used as an intermediary in understanding the citizens' regard to public sector communication? I think it already is used by some of the most advanced and really well-funded individuals or individual organizations. But whether it would be used in the long run or on the large scale, I don't think so. I mean, what we're seeing in Finland, at least, is chatbots, which they're not very good, but they're trying, in the sense that they are, able to kind of categorize your question or help you one step forward. But sometimes what happens with artificial intelligence is that it frustrates individuals more than it helps, because it's not that good yet. And when individuals get more frustrated than helped, then it doesn't help the reputation of the public sector. So I see a lot of future vision for it, but there are several hurdles that, when you're developing artificial intelligence, that need to be overcome in the public sector. One of them, of course, is the sense of partiality, whether you can actually equally serve all the citizens. Do you have to first teach the citizens the right keywords? And you're actually seeing the Finnish mosquitoes, they really love me. They, for some reason, I'm called the delicious blood in Finnish. They're all over me. You don't have that much in Italy, do you? I don't think so. So enjoy that side of life. But yes, so artificial intelligence, it holds a lot of promise. And then there are several hurdles that need to be overcome in the public sector. But at the same time, I think we're talking about caretaking, so taking this to the next level. We're talking about caretaking robots and stuff like that would ensure all citizens equal treatment across, even if they're living in rural areas or difficult to reach. So there's a lot of possibilities in that sense. But I guess when we go to algorithmic leadership or algorithmic management, we are facing several of the original bureaucratic challenges that were there. Yes, sure.
Other question? Other comments?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from your parts of the world. How do you view public sector authorities? So Marinella was already saying that in Italy there is some resistance to change when it comes to authorities.
A little bit. There is some different stimulus to change, but in Italy, the structure of public administration is a multi-level. It's very local, intermediate, and national, and combine ancient habitus to work and different cultural, professional cultural. In Italy, there is a regionalism that paint a picture very, very dishomogeneous. And also we hope now with the recovery plan, a large part of fund are dedicated by the government to the innovation in the public sector. But we start now, and we are waiting the effect.
I think there is a hand up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I really agree with Marinella Belluati about that, because there is this big resistance of public administration in Italy. Just to give an example to everybody else, even if they went digital in the last years, they always print down documents. And it's quite impossible to find something in their archives. And yeah, local administration, like the bigger one, are really facing a time of change now with the pandemic. And we hope for the best for the future.
Can I talk, Marinella?
Oh, Gia!
Hi.
Happy birthday!
Oh,
Happy birthday!
Don't say it. Don't say it. Thank you very much. It's a very pleasure for me to listen Vilma, that I listen their books, and I think that it's very interesting to know that not only in Italy, but in the other many countries, there is a problem of the increase in all the public sector communication. I think that if in Finland, maybe there are more facility to talk between communication between citizen and institutions, but the problems that Vilma highlighted is common that in Italy too. I would like only to say there are many questions that I'd like to talk with Vilma, but one is very important for me, that the difficulty, the main difficulties is related for me to the nature of public sector, of public administration. As the Dominique Bessière highlighted in their words, public administration has a nature, three natures, bureaucracies, political, and management. So to try an equilibrio, scusate,
balance.
A balance between the three nature, because this is the very problem to make public administration more dialogue, and so more open to citizens. What do you think about this? Public administration has more constraints than other organizations. This is a real problem.
Yes, I think, Jaya, you're right. I think this is exactly a very central problem everywhere. Part of the pressure comes from the division between political and what's political and what's kind of bureaucratical, in the sense that is it party communication or is it then the public sector communication? That's what we're struggling with in Finland. Where do you draw the line? And there's a recent scandal. Well, I don't know if you can call it a scandal, but when a few papers write about it and citizens talk about it in Finland, that's considered a scandal. So there is a scandal at the moment going on about, there was one about whether not prime minister, but like a minister or head of a financial office in Finland was able to buy communication training, like whether they can buy the training or not. And political party would have been fine, as in like if the party pays for it and it's for her own campaign and it's polling for the party, but because it was part of her work as a minister and it still benefited her as a political party representative, there was a lot of discussion about that. And at the moment we are talking about, we call it the breakfast gate, our prime minister, because she has a lot of meetings in the prime minister's home. There's been a breakfast bonus, so to say, that they can order some meals in. And they, at that point, now some of the investigative journalists then started looking into those bills and realized that it's like 800 euros or sometimes even 1,000 euros, over 1,000 euros in a month. And then, of course, it became an issue of, the citizens are paying for the elaborate breakfasts. It wasn't just breakfast, it was all meals, but it's called the breakfast gate. And I guess it shows very well that there is no balance, in the sense that you cannot ever satisfy everybody. It's all about from which corner of the world, from which issue, from which agenda are you looking at it? And understanding all the different agendas that public sector organizations can be looked through is sometimes impossible. So it's a really complex environment, I would say, and it's very easy to kind of see challenges and kind of burn in your flight in that sense.
Thank you very much.
There is another question in the chat, again, remarked the Italian situation.
Oh, yes.
Vilma, if you want to read or
yes.
you prefer.
So, okay, let's start with Vincenzo. So in Italy, legislative production in institutional communication was not followed by an adequate professional growth of the figure of the public communicator. Okay. Has something happened elsewhere? Oh, well, yes. But you know what happened in Finland? We needed a really big crisis for public sector communication to start blooming. And this happened with the nuclear reactor accident in 84, Chernobyl? After that, we have a really good profession of public sector communicators, because all the organizations woke up to the fact that the citizens need to know about what's going on. I guess the similar thing is going on with COVID, in the sense that there needs to be a crisis before they wake up to it. So I think the development, of course, it depends, but I guess Finland, the public sector is the biggest employee, because we are still part of a welfare state. So we have a lot of employees by the public sector, and their importance and understanding the citizen needs is understood. Then somebody says, happy birthday, Gia. So happy birthday again. How can the gap be bridged between the public sector, digital communication, and the illiterate? Oh, yes. As many don't know how to use government digital platforms and lose a lot of information and benefits. Yes, that's a very good point. And actually, the government of Finland is at the moment looking to understand better the inequalities that happen in society. And I guess this means that in the future, there will be some kind of a visual requirement of the most important policies to be put them into video or audio, in the sense that individuals are able to follow them, or even infographics or something like that. So my guess is that the further we get in this direction, there's going to be requirements of public sector communication, as in you need to have the most important policies in video format, you need to have the most important policies in audio format, you need to have it already in several different languages, yes. But you're right, there are big inequalities when it comes to literacy, for example. What skills do you think are the most important skills in the training of public administration staff? And are they the same globally? Yes, well, wow, okay, that's fantastic. What do you think? I would ask Geraldina. What do you think are the biggest tasks? Do you want to weigh in? Okay, well, I can comment while you figure out where to put your, digital competences. Okay, wonderful. Yes, so I would say that at the moment it would be attitude, at least in Finland. Because you can learn the digital competences, but if you have a bad attitude, you will never learn anything. But this is just a personal experience of what I'm saying. But what we're seeing, according to surveys, is increasingly understanding the strategic nature and the strategic aims of the organization. So, for example, what is the main aim of that organization? If you don't have that understanding, that's a challenge. The other thing that's increasingly important is financial understanding, of understanding how the budgeting works and what are the restraints in that. And I would also highlight the possibility of engagement, even that an individual understands their dependence on the different stakeholders. But you are right, that digital competencies are very central in this environment. They might be actually something that if you don't have, you are unable to function in some areas altogether. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
Do people have other questions, other comment? Very interesting, very challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the time to lunch and the people. If you are agree, we close this session. Thank you, Vilma, for your comment, for all people to the consideration, the comment, the question, and we hope in the future to meet again, but in presence.
Yeah.
We hope.
We hope. We really hope. Yes.
Thank you to all people, and in the afternoon the work of conference continue with a very rich program. Stay tuned.
At 2 p.m. Thank you very much, Vilma. Thank you very much, Marinella, for
Thank
your.
you.
And now, if someone want to meet with the networking meeting or to have lunch, moment, and the conference begin at 2 p.m.
Perfect.
Thank you to all of you.
Good lunch.
And good lunch, probably.
Bye.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Andrea, for that. So as Dr. Andrea mentioned, we do have a networking session right now. So as well as if you would like to be part of the networking session, you can stay here. So we will start the session in next few minutes. And if you would like to grab lunch, you can do so. If you want to grab lunch and be in this session as well, and to network with each other, you can do so. So I will be starting the networking session in the next few minutes. So if you would like to know your fellow colleagues from all around the world, you can stay tuned, and I will be starting the session the next few minutes. Thank you.
It's so exhausting.
Yeah. You know, also from an embodied point of view, because it's changed our way of perceiving the others and what we are following.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. My computer's just trying to do some updates that I want to stop.
Good afternoon, Francesca, and good afternoon, Rosalind.
Good afternoon, Andrea.
Hello, Andrea.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, ciao.
Hello, Fabrizio. Professor Gill, I just introduced, I just prepared some few lines in order to introduce you before letting you the floor and starting your talk. Really, I won't lost too much time.
Thank you, that's perfect, perfect. Francesca, can I just ask you a question?
Yes,
sure. At the end of my talk, is there a plan to have like questions?
Yes, there should be 10, 15 minutes question, but it's up to you if you want to have 40 minutes talk and have more time for question, or more time for much time for your talk, 45 minutes, and then less for questions. So yes, at the end, anyway, there will be time for the discussion.
Great.
Sure.
I think it's around 45 minutes, the talk. So maybe there won't be a huge amount of time for questions, but.
Yeah, anyway, there will be time for discussion, and at least 15 minutes.
Great.
Just a question to the organizer. For the asking question, I can use the Q&A chat, isn't it? Not the chat.
Yeah, so Q&A or chat, it's the same.
Okay, so we will have both question. We will have question in both the chat and question and answer chat. Okay, thanks. Just to be sure to have properly understood. Could we start?
I think so.
Okay. So I'm very pleased and honored to present Professor Rosalind Gill. She has an interdisciplinary background, which is very useful in this conference. She has worked across a number of disciplines, including sociology, gender studies, media and communication. Her career has included posts at Goldsmiths at King's College in London. She worked for 10 years in the London School of Economics Interdisciplinary Gender Institute. And she finally joined the University of London, where she works as a professor of cultural and social analysis. Professor Rosalind Gill is very well known for her research interest in gender media and culture, creative work, the dynamics of discrimination and inequality, the different ways of inclusion, and then media and intimate life, which is also the topic of her talk today. The title of the plenary talk is in the Posting a Perfect Life, Affect Social Media and Fear of Getting It Wrong. I leave you, Professor Rosalind Gill, the floor.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thanks for the very generous introduction, and thanks to everybody for inviting me. And I really hope the conference is going well. I really wish I was in Sardinia with you. It would be much better, but here we are in a time of what people in the UK are calling doom, gloom, and zoom. So I'm going to talk for about 45 minutes, and then there'll be some time for discussion. And I'm going to share with you a project that I've been doing for exactly a year, and I only finished the last interview in April, so it's really new research. And it's a project with and about young people, about life on their phones. So how a diverse group of young people navigate their lives on and off social media. Oops. So the research has been undertaken at a historically unprecedented time. I started it last May 2020, during the first peak of COVID in the UK. And since March 23rd, 2020, in England, all residents have been told to stay at home, save lives, and protect the NHS. Schools and universities were shut and had moved online. All but essential shops were closed. Public transport was running a skeleton service for key workers only. And when the research was launched, the vast majority of people in the UK, with the exception of key workers, had been in lockdown for 8 weeks already, allowed out only once a day for exercise or to make essential trips to buy food. Just want to check everything's okay with the sound, and just nod, Francesca, is the sound okay?
I asked to the organizer where they can
switch
off all the other microphone. Yeah,
that's great. Thank you. So by the finish of the data gathering period, which was April 2021, Britain was coming to the end of its third extended lockdown. More than 127,000 lives have been lost to COVID, one of the highest death rates in the world. And currently, more than 1 million people in the UK are suffering from long COVID. Young people's experiences of the pandemic and of lockdown have been shaped by intersectional inequalities that are really quite brutal. They relate to age, to gender, to ethnicity, to class, to disability and health status. And all of those aspects of people's identity have had a material impact on how they've experienced this pandemic. Some of our politicians here tried to persuade us that we are all in this together in some equal way, but it's very clear that the COVID crisis has been shaped by significant social injustices. In some ways, young people's facility and familiarity with online tools and platforms better prepared them relative to older groups for the lockdown period, in which so many aspects of life moved online, including work, education, psychological and health services, as well as our social lives. In other ways, young people experienced heightened pressure and distress, including anxieties about the future, financial worries, and unemployment. Young people are significantly more likely to be in precarious housing, significantly more likely to have lost their jobs during the pandemic, and of course, significantly more likely to have had their education disrupted. The mental health impacts of the pandemic on young people are seen in almost daily headlines about emotional difficulties, increasing rates of anxiety and depression, spiraling rates of eating disorders, and loneliness. Now, in setting up the context for this research, there are two other events that are crucial, which formed the harrowing bookends to this study, and they are the murders of George Floyd in May 2020 and Sarah Everard in March 2021. The killing of George Floyd by police in Minneapolis on May the 25th occurred just after the survey that was part of this research went live. The footage of his murder, of his repeated protestations, "I can't breathe," was shared via social media last May. It generated waves of outrage and inspired a huge public mobilization and resurgence of Black Lives Matter protests across the globe, including in the UK. Some of the pain and rage about persistent racism and structural injustice made its way vividly into responses to the survey questions in this research, expressed as anger about the whiteness of media, anger about the failure of conventional news organizations to report fairly on the protests and to report fairly on histories of racism and slavery and colonialism, and also anger about the cynicism of brands who attempted to appropriate the cultural energy of the Black Lives Matter movement through what people are calling a kind of corporate wokeness. The killing of Sarah Everard, which may be less well known outside the UK, also by a policeman, forms the third grim context for this research that I want to mention. At 9:30 p.m. on March the 3rd, 2021, Sarah Everard, pictured here, set out to walk home from a friend's house in South London. She never made it home. After a week of searches and intense media interest, Sarah's remains were found in Kent, and a serving police officer was arrested and charged with her murder. In the days following this, there was an outpouring of grief and rage from women across the UK about Sarah's murder, about the prevalence of violence against women, and the failure of successive governments to take it seriously as an issue. We had discussions in our national parliament. There were vigils and protests across the whole country, which, as in the Black Lives Matter protests the previous summer, took place during and in spite of strict lockdown and social distancing rules. In the aftermath of this murder, social media became key sites for sharing information, research, and personal stories of women's experiences of harassment and abuse. And one very widely shared statistic which circulated on social media was from a UN Women study, which said that 97% of women aged between 18 and 24 in the UK had been sexually harassed in a public place. Also, in the few days after this terrible murder, there was the setting up of a website called Everyone's Invited, in which 15,000 testimonies were left by young women in just a matter of days. And in the interviews I carried out in March and April this year, young women spoke passionately about the impact that this murder had had on them and what they saw and posted on the topic, and how their personal experiences resonated with media coverage. So I've just kind of drawn out three key contexts: obviously the COVID pandemic, the murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement, and then the murder of Sarah Everard, because these were three really, really huge and pivotal events and experiences whilst the research was being carried out. I want to talk now about the principles that informed the research, and there were two principles really, and they are listening and diversity. So one principle is the focus on really listening to young people, because too much research is about young people without seeming to start from young people's own concerns. There are too many panics about so-called too much screen time, about the so-called narcissism of selfies, about sexting. By contrast, this research sought to understand how young people themselves think and feel about a range of issues, practices, and experiences in a manner that owes a debt to the disability movement's slogan, "Nothing about us without us." And I built in this listening strategy via several different methods. So I involved young people in the design of the research methods. I allowed space for multiple open questions in the survey and was absolutely amazed by how much they wrote. And in the interviews, I made sure that the participants could actually shape the conversation as much as possible, being open to allowing them to take it in the directions that they wanted. And then at the end, asking them, is there anything that you think that we should have talked about that I haven't asked you about? And I was really stunned by how many young people just said, yes, I want to tell you about revenge porn. I want to tell you about how upset I feel about this particular type of TikTok video. So they very much had the chance to set the agenda to some extent. The other key principle in the research is that of diversity. It was really, really imperative for me that the research should hear about the experiences of a wide range of young people from all backgrounds, of different genders, different sexual orientations, different disabilities, heritages, geographical regions, and social classes. And it seems that far too much research focuses exclusively on white, cisgender, heterosexual, middle class, and non-disabled people. And this has been a particular problem in research on body image and social media, where there's a real focus on young white middle class girls. So against that, I really, really wanted to actively solicit participation from as diverse a group of people as I could, and have ended with a sample that is very, very diverse, I'm happy to say. So the methods used were twofold. There was a survey in which there were 189 full responses, and there were 30 in-depth semi-structured interviews. There were just two criteria for taking part in the research. The participants should live in the UK and they should be aged between 18 and 30. So let me say a little bit about the participants. I think you can read the screen and get a sense of this, but as you can see, it's highly skewed towards women. It's diverse in terms of the different ethnicities of participants. It's diverse also in terms of their sexuality. 6% of participants identified as disabled. And you can see by looking at the age range that it's quite skewed towards a younger age group. So in total, 53% were aged between 18 and 21, and about 40% were aged between 22 and 27, and only 7% were in that highest age category. So this is really very much about young people in their early 20s or late teens and early 20s. I carried out interviews, which I did on Zoom, like everything, and they were recorded and transcribed by a professional transcription agency. I mainly interviewed women, and I also interviewed someone who identified as non-binary. The interviewees were diverse in all other respects. They came from different heritages and backgrounds, different sexual orientations, different class backgrounds, different health statuses, disability statuses. And just to give you a more kind of concrete sense of who I talked with, there were lots of students, of course. There were lots of people who worked in shops and in hospitality, in bars, restaurants. There were some people setting up their own small businesses. And I spoke with a nail technician, a junior doctor, a fashion assistant, a research scientist, a fitness instructor, someone that worked in the media, a primary school teacher, and a trainee vet. So I have a really wide range of interviewees across the class and occupational spectrum. And interviewees talked with me about their diverse and evolving social media. They talked about the influencers they follow, what they watch on Netflix and YouTube. They talked about their passionate engagement with Black Lives Matter, their love of cooking videos, their anger at the media, the photos that they take, how they edit and filter them before posting. They reflected on Instagram versus reality trends, body positivity, mental and physical health, how they compared themselves with others, the codes of honor of the night out photo. They discussed the pandemic, the lockdowns, isolation, and they also talked about the media that they used to help get them through this long, hard year. And that included Zoom quizzes, TikTok trends, Drag Race. I don't know if you will have watched RuPaul's Drag Race, but it's a hugely popular show here, and the UK version had recently aired. And they were all also obsessed with a program called Married at First Sight Australia, which was screening when I did the last interviews in April 2021. So let's just think about the academic views of young people and social media. It tends to polarize around two contrasting accounts. So research in psychology and in the psychological end of communication studies centers on investigating the risks, the dangers, the harms of social media for young people, particularly young women. Frequently, these studies make the headlines, with rarely a week going by without media reports of the negative effects that Instagram or TikTok are having on girls and young women's mental health and well-being, and highlighting spiraling rates of eating disorders, anxiety, and depression. Research from this perspective often seems to start from an implicitly negative view of social media, with language that refers to exposure to social media, or that correlates time spent or content followed with adverse outcomes, such as the likelihood of developing an eating disorder, the likelihood of getting cosmetic surgery. Against this, media and cultural studies experts typically try to face down this sense of alarm. They warn us against the tendency to create moral panics. They remind us that a similar sense of crisis has been associated with every new medium, from film to video games to the internet. They caution against treating young people as passive cultural dupes who will mindlessly absorb or imitate what they see online. And in contrast to psychologists, media and cultural studies experts tend to reassure the public and policymakers with phrases like, the kids are all right, they're savvy, they're sophisticated, they're digital natives. Obviously, these are sort of broad brush accounts, but from my perspective, neither is particularly satisfying or helpful, and neither of them fit with what my participants told me. In particular, neither perspective captures the emotional landscape that young people talked about. The young people that I spoke with were digital natives, to be sure. So just to give you an idea, the oldest person in the research was born in 1991. The youngest was born in 2002. They had literally grown up alongside the emergence of social media. They were smart, they were witty, they were creative, perceptive, thoughtful. They were having a huge amount of expertise about social media. They were absolutely not passive cultural dupes. They were skillful in the way that they navigated across different platforms. They used different social media for different purposes and different audiences. So many times I was told, Facebook for families, TikTok for random browsing. They often had multiple accounts on Instagram, and they had settings that related to different levels of intimacy. But despite this, despite their digital native status, their sophistication and fluency, their experiences were far from straightforward. Instead, they were full of ambivalence and struggle. Many talked about their love-hate relationship with social media. Several people were going through cycles where they turned off comments on their social media feeds, or they turned off notifications, or they did what they called cleanses. A lot of people had done this during the lockdown, where they went through their social media accounts and they kind of deleted people that they'd previously been following and tried to kind of reduce and bring down the numbers of people whose feeds were coming onto their phones all the time. And they even deleted the app quite regularly when it all became too much. They struggled very much to manage their social media, and a lot of them projected forward. They talked about a future where they hoped that they might have things sorted. And they often expressed concern about people younger than them, saying that they were just about managing, but for younger people, it would be much more difficult. There's a lot to say about all of that, but for now, they talked about both the pleasures and the pains of social media. So they enumerated the pleasures that could come from getting likes, from having followers, from receiving appreciative attention, from feeling connected to friends, from feeling as like part of a community, being part of a social movement online. They told me again and again, being on social media is being part of the flow of life. You know what's happening, you're seeing what's happening, and you're being seen. But they also talked about how tough life could be on social media, and particularly the anxiety that comes with posting anything. So many described how the wider culture of haters, racists, misogynists, body shamers, made them feel angry and fearful. They shared the strategies they adopt to try to keep themselves safe from harassment, from trolling. They talked about how easily comments could be misunderstood, and even by close friends, friendships could go wrong because of comments that were maybe meant as a joke, but were taken to heart and ended up hurting someone. So I've just given a kind of broad sense of this. Really, I hope I've conveyed this sort of ambivalent landscape of loving it, but also hating it, and there being so many struggles and so many difficult things to manage. But for the remainder of the talk, I'm going to talk about 3 key motifs that have come out of the research. And these are affective experiences that they talked about again and again. And there are three: how they feel so pressured to live up to an idea of being perfect, how watched and surveilled they feel all the time by everyone, even their closest friends, and how fearful they feel about getting things wrong. So we'll start off by looking at the perfect. Compared with previous generations, today's young women live in a world where visual images of women's bodies are absolutely ubiquitous in media, in public space, and especially online. The phrase, "it's all too perfect," is one that I heard repeatedly from participants in this research. Media of all kinds, but particularly social media platforms, were seen as trafficking in images of perfection that are unrealistic and unattainable, and that contribute to a pervasive sense of never being good enough. So talking about the pictures that they see regularly on the Instagram, they commented, "They're way too perfect. Tall, thin, perfect. Skinny, airbrushed, perfect looking. Almost always gorgeous, with blemish-free skin and long, thick hair." One said, "We see lots of images of perfect bodies that we feel we have to live up to." "I don't look like that. I'll never look like that," 27-year-old Keisha told me, capturing a widely held view. "I see all these perfect bodies in bikinis. It makes me feel really low." Others said that they feel ashamed, they feel overwhelmed, they feel like a failure. Young women are absolutely eloquent in their critiques of perfect images, and their rage is palpable. As we've just seen, one woman wrote in the survey, "We're constantly being told we're not thin enough, we're not pretty enough, too many spots, not enough boob, not enough bum, too big a thighs." It goes on and on. They are skillful at deconstructing photographs, and that it means whether they're questioning the authenticity of the picture. Is it filtered? Is it edited? Has she or he had Botox? But also they're skillful in challenging the norms that it represents, the whiteness, the thinness, the upperclassness. And these are some of the many hurt and angry responses that I received about not feeling that you see yourself or anyone like you in the media. So one woman said, "I'm Sri Lankan British and I haven't heard of any major characters of similar origin throughout my life." Another said, "I find it very difficult to relate as very few South Asian women are represented positively in the media." Disabled woman said, "Women with disabilities are rarely shown." And a queer identified woman said, "Women are so often presented in relation to men as a wife, girlfriend, sex object, or in a heterosexual family. So as a lesbian woman, I don't relate to these images." And a non-binary person said, "Given how binary gender roles and their portrayals are, portraying non-binary folks like me is seemingly impossible because everyone assumes that I'm either a man or a woman." Feeling invisible or being represented only in a narrow range of ways was very painful to young people. Disabled women described themselves as invisible in both broadcast and social media, and as hidden except on medical or disability sites. Non-binary people said that their invisibility was painful to them and it made them unreadable to others. In an answer left on the survey, someone wrote, "If our existence is not being questioned to fuck, then we're shown as sad, confused, maybe even a bit dangerous people." And in an interview with Alex, who identified as non-binary, they said that the only time that they'd ever seen a non-binary character on TV was in the American TV show New Amsterdam. And they said how amazing it was when the nurse, who went by the pronouns they and their, was introduced as a minor character. It was a defining moment for them to actually see somebody that they could identify with. But Alex talked about having no role models at all for growing older, that seeing only images of non-binary people, if they saw them at all, as very young people, and their experience was completely unrepresented, and it made it very hard for them to imagine what it might be to be in your 30s, in your 40s, in your 50s, let alone in your 70s or 80s. So these invisibilities were painful. But even though they're critical of these exclusions and invisibilities and the hypervisibility of a certain kind of perfect, they still feel caught or trapped by the pressure somehow to live up to these images. That is, their anger, which I really hope has come across, their anger at this visual mediated injustice doesn't make the pressure go away. It doesn't nullify the impact of the pressure. Instead, they constantly try to live up to it. So in their own posts, they strive to present their own version of perfect, which many describe as a nice photo. A nice photo is one that is beautiful yet natural, apparently effortless, with pictures that look amazing but spontaneous and don't appear to have been filtered or edited. It not only has to be really attractive, but it should also display coolness, this kind of hard to articulate sense of being cool, a sense of being a fun person, a sense of being a popular person. It must be really carefully curated, but not look as if it's had any work or care or design going into it. It means posting yourself in the right location with attractive friends, with good looking food, with interesting looking drinks. And it means always being positive, no matter how you feel, as well as coming up with captions for your pictures that are witty, that are self-deprecating, that are relatable. So the perfect isn't an abstract form of oppression. It's not just kind of an ideal out there. It actually materializes in their everyday lives, and it shapes their practices and their experiences. And Lynn, a 20-year-old student, said, if it's not an amazing post, if it's not perfect, you lose confidence in yourself. Adija said, talking about her photos, they have to be of a certain quality. It's almost like if the quality is not good, if the backdrop is not good, if it's not exciting, if it's not something that someone would look at and go, wow, that's really awesome, then I know I'm not going to get over a certain amount of likes, so I wouldn't bother posting it. And she goes on to say, I'd make sure my hair looked cute. I'd make sure my body was looking good. I'd make sure it was from a good angle. Yeah, I'm sitting up straight rather than rolled over. Yeah, I think about all those things before I take a picture. And Adija actually told me about taking maybe 70 pictures to achieve the right picture that would then be worthy of posting. So I'm going to move on to fear of getting it wrong. The fear of posting a bad photo, which isn't attractive enough or good enough, absolutely pulsed through young women's talk. But more than this, there were so many ways of getting it wrong. Young women told me about the multiplicity of ways they could fail in front of their friends and peers. They could fail by seeming to be trying too hard. They could fail by being fake. They could fail by posting something that doesn't get enough likes. They could fail by posting something that showed some distress, because that would be deemed attention seeking. And it's really hard to overstate this sense of absolutely coruscating anxiety that animated many young women's accounts of posting to their socials. Even after checking with their friends, which they all did, they all had 2 or 3 friends, or a friend and a sister and a mum who they would say, I'm thinking of posting this, is it good enough? And they check it out with those trusted people. Even after that, posting was still an intensely anxious endeavor. Once an image was posted, they described how fear and doubt would eat away at them, how they would refresh the app multiple times to make sure it was okay, to make sure it was getting likes and appreciative comments. And they offered really embodied and visceral accounts of this experience, particularly at night, with stories of hearts pounding, adrenaline pumping, and a restless anxiety that made falling asleep impossible, having posted something. So one fear of getting it wrong was posting something that didn't get enough likes. Elizabeth said, I don't want to post something that not many people like. I know cognitively that's ridiculous and that it doesn't really matter, but people do notice if you get a lot of likes and it becomes a bit of a pressure really. Katie said, everything has to be perfect on Instagram, I feel like, and it's always measured by how many likes you get. A lot of my friends will post a photo, then they'll message me on Snapchat saying, oh, I've posted a photo, can you go like it? Another fear was that of being seen as fake. The need to be real as well as perfect was this real paradox or contradiction that pulsed through young women's accounts. Bianca told me, I don't want my pictures to look too fake because that's not my Instagram. It's a bit like I want it to look as natural as possible, even though I'm wearing makeup. I want it to look like I haven't put a filter on or something like that. And Anna said, I really don't like my pictures to look like they have a filter. They all did filter their pictures or in very large numbers, but they didn't want them to look filtered. And Bipasha was somebody who absolutely loved her social media and spent hours and hours curating images to post on social media, including spending about 45 minutes on different apps like Facetune, digitally altering her pictures. And then she said, I've had some nasty messages sent to me. One of them really upset me. Someone sent a message saying, your pictures look more filtered than tap water. And it was completely, yeah, that one upset me. And I rang my boyfriend and I was like, why is this person saying this to me? And he was like, they're literally just hating on you. Don't even worry about it. It's nothing, da, da, da. Not being perfect enough was also a huge fear. 90% of young women agreed or strongly agreed that they feel under pressure. I do get quite worried when I do post stuff.
Oh, sorry, there's still a microphone on.
I do get quite worried. When I do post stuff, I normally send it to some of my friends and be like, do you think this is okay to post and stuff like that? Because yes, it's out there for everyone to see. It just makes me a bit anxious, said Lisa. And India said, it's all too perfect again. Yeah, skin condition and all of these adverts, perfect skin, perfect eyebrows, all that kind of thing. If you're not looking like that, you just think, why am I not looking like that? And for me, one of the most unexpected and disturbing findings of the research was what young women told me about how they feel they have to project an upbeat, positive and happy persona on social media, because if they don't, they'll be seen as attention seeking, seen as trying to get sympathy, trying to get likes, trying to get attention. And this was especially striking to me because my colleague and friend Shani Orgad and I have just finished writing a book about confidence. We've noticed a real upswing in discourses about mental ill health and vulnerability. Yet here were young women saying they cannot be vulnerable because if they express how they're truly feeling, if they post when they're having a bad day or they're feeling upset, in some cases, this means that they fundamentally edit their reality. For example, Katie, who's a 21-year-old disabled student who used crutches or a wheelchair, said that when she posts to Instagram, she edits out her crutches and her wheelchair because otherwise it would seem that she was being attention seeking. The sense of feeling judged was one of the most powerful feelings conveyed by the research. People wrote about it in the open questions on the survey. They spoke about it at length in the interviews. And here's just 2 examples of this widespread sense. So because everyone else is posting as being so perfect and they're like, well, I had a great day or whatever, or they look really made up and they look like they're the best I've ever looked. I think as soon as you drop below everyone else's standards, that's when you start comparing yourself. So it's just easier not to post it. And India said, honestly, it's awful. Every single thing anyone does is judged, and I'm having anxiety anyway. It just makes things so much worse. I'm just anxious about every single thing I do now. I'm definitely influenced by the fact it's going to be judged by people. Yes, it's very stressful because anything will be judged and you can't really, even if you're just being yourself and people are all for being yourself, they're still going to judge you anyway. So I want to just move to the final of the 3 themes now, just checking the time, being watched. I haven't got time to explore it fully, but I just want to draw out the multiple different ways in which young people felt that they were under surveillance, and not just surveillance of any kind, but a really kind of forensic kind of scrutiny. So this experience had several aspects. First, there's the sense of being watched and evaluated in public space, both on and offline, as well as in venues like bars and clubs. Sometimes this was a pleasurable experience, but for many young women, it was a decidedly negative one. They talked about being stared at. They described feelings that ranged from embarrassment to fear, particularly when the watching was done by men, singly or in groups. For those whose social media settings were set to public, this also meant being subject to endless unwanted attention and comments that some experienced as harassment. And the routineness of this and the extent to which it was just dismissed as, oh, it's just creeps, it's just weirdos, it's just some random guy, was really, really shocking to me as a researcher, because so many women took it to be a completely mundane, taken for granted part of their lives that they hardly even felt was worthy of speaking about. I was shocked to hear about multiple experiences of being sent comments, sexual suggestions, dick pics, being stalked online, but also offline. And they would frequently block someone's account and then he would crop up again on another account, lots and lots of fake Instagram accounts in order to kind of stalk them. And this was such a kind of ubiquitous experience. The group aspect of men evaluating and commenting on women was also very disturbing. One woman told me that young men in her friendship group would get drunk, go on Tinder, and then send cruel messages to women on Tinder about being fat or being ugly or not being fuckable. And the fact that things like dating sites such as Tinder were linkable back to your Instagram was also troubling, because it meant that when they were on dating sites, immediately it made available a whole, a lot of information about their identity, their friends, where they go, and so on. And there was a lot of discussion of this, particularly in the most recent interviews after the murder of Sarah Everard. Another fear of being watched and scrutinized by strangers was the insight feature on Instagram. At least if you have a business account on Instagram, which several of them did have, you can see what happened to your photo, whether it's been shared or copied or screenshotted. And a very common practice was for images to be taken and then uploaded onto troll sites as a kind of sport for cruelty. And this was something that young women had to engage with. And I think it's also just worth saying that seeing the kind of culture of cruelty and judgment towards women generally also had a really sobering and disturbing and silencing effect on young women. For example, many of my interviewees talked about how upset they were about the abuse and trolling that the singer Adele had received after her weight loss last year. She was fat shamed for years, and then she was attacked for losing weight. I won't tell you about the other one because she's a kind of British star. They also felt as if every time they were out, because their social media cameras were on, it was like having a TV crew with you on every night out. And then, of course, they participated in a sort of forensic looking at the self and others. So zooming in and commenting on each other's photos. Oh, she's got a bit of a spot. She hasn't done her eyebrows properly. Oh, even her room's a bit messy, just everything. And so they felt that they were under forensic scrutiny. Just going to come to my conclusion now. So I hope I've shown that young people in this research are smart, they're clever, they're sophisticated, thoughtful digital natives. They're also angry and critical of so many aspects of society. They're passionate about challenging racism. They're strong advocates for more body positivity and diversity in representations. They're enraged by the sexual harassment of women, even though it's a totally normalized part of their experience. Yet, as well as being very articulate and critical of the three dynamics I've focused on here, the perfect, fear of getting it wrong, and being watched, they still feel caught in these dynamics. They're very critical of them, but they're unable to escape from them except by leaving social media, which would also mean opting out of all of its pleasurable aspects. So they're looking forward to a time later in their life when they hope that they'll have this better sorted. And they're looking with fear and anxiety at their younger siblings and at younger teenagers who they believe will have much harder times than them. But for now, they're trapped in cycles of ambivalence and critique. They're critical, but they're caught. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Professor Gill, for these beautiful talks. Very interesting, and you raise a lot of awareness of how people, and especially women, feel in this time toward the social media. It was very important, and also really impressive how we can also empathize with all these different points of view and feeling really near to how they feel. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So it's time for question. We have more than 10 minutes. There's already a question in the chat, and I'm going to read it. And then if someone else would like to add a question, of course, you are free, feel free to ask a question. So one is from Chitra Tanwar that's saying, what kind of sampling was done for the quantitative part of the study?
Well, very little really. I mean, it's a small piece of research. So we didn't do any kind of stratified sample. We just put the survey out there and tried to get as diverse a sample as we possibly could. And then we kind of, of course, collected data on those demographic characteristics. And if you look at kind of other surveys of, say, reported sexual orientation or reported gender identity or particularly ethnicity, you can see that our sample is sort of more diverse than British society in general, but we can't say that it's representative from that's a limitation of our research.
I'm waiting for other question. Chitra Tanwar answered. Thank you very much for your answer, Professor Gill. So in the meanwhile, maybe I will ask a question about the different emotions you highlight in your talk: anxiety, fear, angry, do you think, or did you find that people differently react, especially women, differently react according to the kind of emotion, because they are all negative, but you know, in the literature, we know that different negative emotion can entail different behavior. And do you feel that there is this difference? Did you find that there is this difference in their answer? And do you feel that in some cases that they even delete or suppress what they want to do in the case of one emotion more than another? Did you find something like that in your survey?
I think there were tendencies. I think it was interesting to see that they were quite diverse in their relationship to social media. So there were a handful of people who absolutely loved social media. Bipasha, who was the young woman I talked about who did lots of photo editing, was one of them. Adija was another one. She took, 70 or so photos because she really wanted to get the right photo and project herself in the way that she wanted to be seen. So there were people that had a kind of generally much more positive orientation. And there were also people at the other end of the spectrum who were much more negative across the board and, talked about, oh, the days that I don't put my app on, I have a much, much better day if I don't have, any of my Instagram notifications coming in. So there were those sort of broad differences. But I think in a way, what was more interesting to me anyway, was that between those two polls was that most people were ambivalent and they were struggling, and they had moments where they absolutely loved it. Maybe they did a good post, they got loads of likes, they got some nice comments, and they just felt incredible. But then, the next day they could feel terrible. And it was really striking to see that it wasn't just kind of split between different people, it was within individuals, this ambivalence. Do you think have I answered your question, Francesca?
Yeah, yes, you answered my question. Maybe I wanted to understand whether there was a finer distinction, or if you think that there is room for research in this direction, that there are different behavior or way of feeling according to the specific emotion, being fear of something or be angry, also for social injustice, that lead us to adopt different behavior toward, or having a different intimacy toward the social media. Yeah, so not just like positive or loved or hated, not just an ambivalence in two poles, but kind of more a finer analysis with different according to the different emotions. Do you think it is worth searching for something like that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think in sort of social psychology, there's kind of all of the literature around that kind of like complicated relationship between kind of feelings and attitudes and behaviors, and that it isn't a kind of smooth, linear relationship. I think one of the things that mediated a lot of it was a kind of angst, because, for example, last summer, after George Floyd was murdered, you probably remember it, there was a day, I think it was called Blackout Tuesday, where lots of people on social media posted a black square, and this was kind of, especially among young people, very much a kind of expectation that you would show your anger and show your solidarity by doing that posting. And I have a lot of data around that as an act of behavior, and sort of like people worrying about, is this just tokenistic, does this just seem hollow, or will I be kind of called out because the discourse circulating was silence is violence. And so even on something so specific, the attitude didn't necessarily translate into one behavior or another, but there was a lot of deliberation about it.
Yes, thanks a lot. In the meanwhile, we have a lot of interesting questions. So I start from Geraldina Roberti asking, I was wondering if any of the respondents had suggested a way to change this situation, to improve the management of social media accounts or to make online life safer and easier.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they had lots of different ideas, and they're ideas that you probably all know about. They are the ideas that are being talked about all the time. So it's ideas like requiring any image that's been digitally manipulated or edited to have a label on it, or even banning that altogether. That was something that they talked about. They talked a lot about body positivity and much more need to kind of promote a diversity of different shapes and sizes and looks and ethnicities. Yes, they really wanted regulation. It was so interesting because they're such a kind of they're so strongly invested in not judging others, but they feel so judged themselves. And they really wanted some kind of regulation that could help them in this sphere, so that it didn't just come down to them as individuals talking to their intimate friends.
That's another question by Daniela Francesca Virdis, saying, thank you so much for this insightful talk. Did your respondents mention body positive as a possible solution to this state of affairs? I mean, tagging their post with body positive hashtags to go against this tide, or posts that aren't necessarily picture perfect.
Yes, they did. Oh, they had so much to say about body positivity, and some of them explicitly said that they follow that hashtag, that they explicitly try and follow influencers who try and break out of really, really restrictive norms. But they were also quite articulate and reflective about that, and quite cynical about the way that the big brands, Nike, Dove, Pantene, L'Oreal, all of these brands have kind of like taken over body positivity and kind of offered it back to us in a slightly kind of neutered way. And there was a lot of anger, again, because of the timing of the research after the murder of George Floyd, and there was a lot of anger about brands kind of coming in and appropriating radical movements of all kinds, so body positivity, but also Black Lives Matter or queer movements. So they were really, really interesting and sophisticated in their discussions of that. Thank you, Daniela. I'm happy to talk more offline.
Thank you a lot. Is there any other question? But I also had a curiosity whether, when you mentioned disabilities, whether there were some distinction of somatic, or whether there was also some people with mental disabilities. Yes, because you talk, I think that you talk about somatic disabilities, but it was another, yeah. Yeah,
well, that's, yes, it's a real limitation of such a small study, definitely. Yeah, the people who identified as disabled were talking about physical disabilities rather than, say, learning disabilities. But we did gather a lot of sort of free data and data from the interviews about mental health problems and diagnoses. So lots of people talking about having been diagnosed with anxiety or with depression or with an eating disorder. So we kind of accidentally got a lot of data around that, but not specifically around kind of learning disabilities.
Thanks. We have another question. I think it's the last one. Juliana Mantic asks, I find interesting your finding about fear for younger generation. Could you find other sign of a sort of intergenerational ethics of care?
Oh, that's lovely. I really like that idea. Yeah, that's such a nice way of thinking about it. It did feel like that. There was one instance that, you know, I was almost crying in the interview because the young woman was talking about being a babysitter. So she babysits for you know, some local children, and she was just talking about how fearful she is about their future and how hard it's been for her, but how she feels it's much harder for them. And I definitely really had that spirit of care and concern. And I think that's really a lovely idea, and it could be something to push further. So thank you for that idea.
So thanks a lot. I think we don't have more time for questions. Thanks again, Professor Rosalinghe, for your insightful talk. We really, and also see from the question you raised a lot of interrogatives and awareness on the problems and the feelings that women, but not just women, other minorities or other people feeling this, and also during the pandemic, that it is very important to have heard about that. Thanks a lot for your serving, for your talk.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
5 minutes, and now we are going to the parallel session.
Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you, Francesca.
Bye. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Quindi adesso terminiamo e entriamo dalle altre parti.
Sì. Ok.
Button, then you get start. Yeah, now it's ready.
So I am the first one to talk. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this evening session of the first day of Medcom conference. And I am Alessandro Lovari from University of Cagliari, and I'm chairing this keynote session, and I want to welcome our guest, Professor Shannon Bowen. Shannon Bowen is a full professor. She's a full professor at the College of Information and Communication at the University of South Carolina in US. She's an international leading scholar in public relations, strategic communication, internal communication, crisis management, and ethics. In particular, her research focuses on ethics within organizations, both private and public, specifically on the application of Kantian and deontological ethics in communication and government. Shannon is a board member of the International Public Relations Research Conference, IPRRC, the Arthur Page Society, and she's also a columnist for PR Week. Professionally, she worked on Capitol Hill and as an analyst at the Research Flow. She's an author and co-author of more than 100 publications at international and national journals, books, and book chapters, and she has been honored with numerous awards for her outstanding research career. Her recent books include an overview of public relations function and excellence in internal communication management by business expert press. I'm delighted to leave the floor to the digital floor in this case, to Shannon Bower for her keynote. The title is Ethical Responsibility of Communicators During Crisis and Pandemic. I think this is a central topic in contemporary communication research, especially after the COVID pandemic we are still living in, with impact and implication not just for research, but also for practitioner and top manager, both in public and private organization. Shannon, you have 45 minutes for your keynote speech. Thanks for being with us at Medcom 2020+1. I leave you the floor for your keynote. Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you so much. I want to first thank the organizers of Medcom for inviting me and for being patient, because we had planned this for a year ago, of course, didn't happen. So here we are again, and you guys kept me right in mind, front and center. Thank you so much. Thank you to the technical support who's helping us run this and keeping it going smoothly. And thanks to all of you for being here. I hope you had a nice break or dinner, or maybe you went to get a coffee or whatever you did, but I know it's been an intense day. And so I'm not gonna overload you with too much. I do have some slides to share with some new information, but I had in mind, I looked at the schedule and I know what an intense day it's been. So we're gonna hit the highlights, and I'm gonna try to make this informational, informative, and fun. We're gonna talk about crises and ethics, disasters, the pandemic. I am gonna loop back into Kantian ethics, and I'll explain a little bit about what that entails. If you've never heard of it, it's no problem. You're not gonna be lost at all. I just wanna make it interesting. So if you have any questions as we go along, you can always put them in the chat box or make a note, and we're gonna have plenty of time for discussion at the end, or whenever you feel like it. Alessandra is gonna help me with that as the moderator. So welcome and thank you for your time. I'm really excited that you're here. I only wish it could be in person, but I'm hoping that the next time it will be. I'm ready to travel. I don't know about you guys, but I am so ready to get back together. I'm going to start to share my screen now. I just have a few slides. I'm going to keep it simple and not too text heavy. So that should be coming into you in just a second. And you'll note that my email address is on there as well. If you have any thoughts that come to you later, or you want a copy of something, etc., I'm always happy to hear from you and to share. So thank you for inviting me again. So let's get started. I wanted to talk about the ethical responsibilities of communicators during crises and pandemics. And this is a really big area. As you know, some of you are from government, others are from media industries, others are academics, some may be consultants. So I tried to make this very inclusive of everyone's perspective. I may lean a little bit toward looking at it from a governmental perspective or a corporate perspective, because those are my backgrounds. But really, I'm trying to cover all areas from public affairs to media relations to academia, as far as responding to crises and pandemics. Because as you know, we've all been touched and affected by numerous things in the last year and a half. It has been an interesting, challenging, and turbulent time, which is a great opportunity to do some research, of course. But what does it mean ethically? How do we make sense of it ethically? And how do we understand our role as communicators in this day and age? So here is our role conceptualized in terms of how ethics may fit into what we're doing. So if you're an academic, you probably have seen something like this before, but essentially the arrows represent communication flow and dialogue, and we have lots of stakeholders with which to use dialogue to engage them. And this is across the board, not just in times of crises and pandemics or disasters, but of course, the pressure to do this is heightened and it becomes more expedient during crises, pandemic, disaster, and so on. So looking at it in terms of ethics, I've tried to make ethics the yellow part of this, although I don't know if that it totally comes across that way. But here's what our role looks like conceptually. And if you've seen this before, this is published in Keith's Handbook of Public Relations. So this is where I discuss what's the normative role of ethics in our communication function. At the very center of what we do is good intention. You really can't have a role for ethics unless you're trying to do the right thing. If you're trying to hide negative information, that disqualifies you. If you're trying to do something that has the purpose of deceiving publics or getting away with something or not fixing a problem so that you can save money for the organization, as we've seen numerous companies do, then you fail the good intention test, right? So to be ethical, at the very heart of what you do, you have to want to do the right thing. You have to have that as your driving force, even when the decision is tough, or even when the action you may take is expensive. It has to be done because it's the right thing to do. So looking at ethics, we have the communication flow between management and CEOs. We advise the management and our executives, our presidents, our leaders, we advise them on ethics, or we should be. That's the normative role for public relations counsel and communication professionals, to be the what if people and say, wait a minute, have we examined this decision thoroughly? Have we made sure that what we're doing is going to be the right thing to do? Have we thought about how it could be perceived by other stakeholders, or misperceived or misconstrued? What if something goes wrong? What's the potential blowback or negative implications of our decision? So that's what we do when we're counseling management in that orange four-sided triangle there. We're trying to make sure that we're authentic and that we're consistent. And those are two different ethical terms that imply a bunch of different things. Just unpacking it very quickly, authenticity means, are you genuine? Are you credible? Are you going forward with good intention? And are you committed to doing the right thing? Are you being truthful? Are you maintaining candor and veracity, frankness? Are you giving the information that people need in order to make informed decisions? And then the other side of this, consistency, is important, because we want the organization to be knowable, whether it's in crisis, pandemic, or routine operations. We want to be able to meet the expectations of our stakeholders, including the government regulatory agencies, consumers, our employee publics, our industry, and so on. We want to be consistent in how we move forward with our ethical decisions, because that allows people to start to build trust in us. It starts to enhance your credibility, and it allows you to become more reliable in the eyes of others when you're consistent over time. So if you think about ethics once and do the right thing, it really doesn't matter if the next time you forget to think about ethics and do something capricious, and then after that you go back to being ethical. You'll have a credibility problem, because people may perceive you as not being knowable or being inconsistent. So that's why our role as professional communicators is so important, because we're really oftentimes the only ones in our organization thinking of these things. For example, the legal department will be thinking about the legal ramifications of decisions. The finance folks will be thinking about the bottom line and what they can do to enhance the organization's profitability or effectiveness. Even internal relations folks will be thinking about enhancing relationships with employees. But what about the rest of the sphere around the organization? And that's where we see these different groups, which of course can be segmented and subdivided into other groups. Are we communicating with them, and are we taking their perspectives into account, so that we're not myopic and not just doing what the organization thinks is right? We're trying to understand it from the perspective of government regulatory agencies, our industry associations, labor unions, different employee publics. We're trying to understand it from the consumer approach as well as from our own internal organizational approach. That's a much bigger picture than what we may be thinking of in terms of just doing what management wants us to do. So just briefly, here is the theoretical basis where this comes from, that model that I built, and the perspective it's built upon. In public relations, it's known as excellence theory, but it applies across all public communication, including government, public affairs, and so on. These generic principles of excellence are essentially what research that was conducted worldwide, what that research says that we need to do as communication professionals in order to enhance our effectiveness. And again, this is beyond just in crisis situations or in a pandemic, but as you'll see going forward, we can apply this to the pandemic and crisis because our situations then become more exigent, time pressured, and much more difficult to manage. So you really need to have these principles in place. And then in a crisis, you rely upon them to help you in difficult times. So generic means that they are applicable across industries, across cultures, across types of organization, meaning government, for-profit, nonprofit or NGO, advocacy, educational, and so on. So that's why they're called generic. So what we need to do is, of course, be involved in strategic management. That almost goes without saying these days, right? But you would still be amazed how many times I hear when I'm collecting data that public relations professionals do not have a say with regard to what their executives and leaders are doing. That's hovering between 25 and 30% of the field, depending on the sample, who says they have no access to strategic management and higher level strategic planning. So that's why number 2 is also important, being empowered to advise and being integrated across the organization so that we know what's going on. We're listening informally and formally. We're conducting research to understand what's happening inside and outside of our organization. And then, of course, we're separate from other management functions, meaning we are not part of the legal department or part of human resources, but communication has its own seat at the management table and makes its own executive decisions. The two-way model, of course, means that we're collecting data and research. We're trying to understand these problems, such as how COVID has affected our workforce, how the changing remote work environment has altered the workflow, etc. And so if we talk about having a department needed to practice that knowledge, that essentially means how to collect data, informal data collection, as well as public opinion polls, pulse polls within the organization, and so on, that we have diversity embodied in all roles so that we understand the publics with whom we're communicating. And then, of course, what we're going to focus on today, ethics and integrity in everything we do throughout the organization. That has to be spelled out explicitly rather than assumed, because when you assume that you all are on the same page ethically, people start to make very different decisions. And so my research has identified the consistent variables that people should use when they are engaging ethically. And we might think, especially those from a government relations background, we might think that we always need to work in the public interest. But I caution you on that one. That one is a difficult standard to implement, because how do you define public interest? And whose interest is the public? Which public? How you segment them defines different interests. So it becomes a little bit too unwieldy because it's too vague. So I want to give you some different things in my keynote today to think about, and these come from Kantian ethics. Now, Immanuel Kant was a Prussian philosopher of the late modern era, essentially the Enlightenment period, and he did a number of things throughout his career, but at least most notable for many of us is the moral philosophy that he created. And it's named deontology or Kantian deontology because it focuses on deon, which is duty, the Latin word for duty. So it looks at ethics in terms of what are our duties or our moral responsibilities, and how do we define those before we make a decision. We have to think about that. So it gives you a little bit more rigorous and more analytical way to approach ethics than if you're just trying to think about acting in the public interest or serving the greater good, because those become very vague and they can compete. So this gives us a way to go beyond that and analyze the moral principle behind the decision. So here are some concepts from Kantian deontology that are so important. Duty. So what is your duty to the moral law? Kant says, we have a duty to uphold the moral law because everyone as an equal, rational, autonomous decision maker is equally obligated by virtue of that rationality. So in other words, he's asking us, are your decisions universal? Can you obligate everyone else to do the same thing you are about to do? And of course, that helps to identify the underlying moral principle. And with deontology, looking at moral principle essentially means that you're going to have a number of competing obligations in any decision-making context. What is the most important one? What is the one that almost every human being would agree is something that should be upheld? So veracity or honesty, dignity, freedom, the duty of valuing human life, etc. These are large moral principles that we can all agree on are important. And if any of those are involved in your decision, that's the most important principle that you need to focus on. Autonomy means independent or as objective as you can be, moral analysis and decision making. This is really important for professional communicators because we have to analyze the decision from multiple perspectives. Sometimes we're the only one who knows the views of publics outside the organization, advocacy groups, or different employee publics inside the organization because we're doing that research. That's the two-way arrows of dialogue that we were talking about earlier. We need to understand all the perspectives around an issue and then autonomously or independently weigh the merits of those perspectives. That'll help us not make a rash or one-sided decision, not just do what management wants to do or just do what's worked in the past. It'll help us really rigorously think about what we're doing in terms of ethics before moving forward. Another test is reversibility. Would you want to be on the receiving end of a decision? And this goes a little bit further than the well-known golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Kantian deontology adds on to that, and everyone else again. So you could obligate the same receiving end of a decision to affect your parents or your grandparents and your children and generations of offspring, the same for you as those in other countries. So it applies on the reversibility scale to everyone equally. And if you could still be okay with that, then it's probably moving forward a pretty ethical decision, but you have to weigh the rest of these factors as well. Does it maintain dignity and respect for the involved publics, meaning that you don't have to accommodate or acquiesce, but you do have to consider the merits of their viewpoint. You're not allowed to infringe upon the human rights of others. You have to maintain dignity and respect. Of course, this keeps exploitation from happening. Things like exploiting others in sweatshop labor is not considered okay in this philosophy because you have to maintain dignity and respect as well as reversibility, autonomy, and moral principle. And then lastly, good intention. So can you say that the decision is made from a basis of good intention alone, rather than trying to make the organization look good or get rid of a negative news story or make the CEO look very favorable and get on the cover of Fortune magazine or get yourself a really nice promotion and raise? Those things might be considerations in your professional life, but when you're making an ethical decision, you're only allowed to do what's right because you want to do what's right, not because you're trying to cover something up, look good, etc. So my question to ponder when we move into discussion, how can we put these concepts into action as communication professionals, as academics, as scholars, as government communicators, as media representatives? How can you make these concepts a part of your daily routine and your daily operations? That gets to be a very challenging perspective, of course, because a lot of times you're really, especially in the pandemic and crisis times, you're pressed for time, you have to react. And a lot of people say ethics is nice to have when you're not in the middle of a crisis. Actually, it's more essential than ever when you're in the middle of a crisis, because you may create a bigger crisis if you forget to think through the ramifications and all of these principles that we've just discussed. So I'm going to go over a little of my current research for you right here, just to give you a little bit of data on how this is happening in the real world, or not happening, as we will see. This research is from a grant that was funded by the Arthur W. Page Center for Public Integrity at Penn State University, and it has just been published. It's in a corrected proof, so it is available now, and I'll give you the reference at the end of this presentation. But essentially, I wanted to pull out only one or two things because I know it's been a long day. What are the barriers to be addressed? Because we just saw why we do it, what our role is, and what the principles are we need to consider. But then we have to wonder, why would people not do this? Especially when you're dealing with something as pressing as COVID, as horrible as people dying, and your workforce being remote, having challenges and stresses of numerous kinds. Why would people not engage in trying to listen throughout the organization and trying to problem solve? Well, this is what I found most surprising about the study that we did. And this was a study of communication professionals. So very similar to yourself. There were a few academics, but they spanned across industries. A lot of them airlines, service industries, hotels, corporate, business to business, governmental institutions, and nonprofits as well. So we asked those people, how often do you keep quiet about a flaw, problem, or concern brewing in the organization because you don't want to be the one to point it out, or you don't want to be the one to deliver bad news? And this is quite shocking. 25% said, yes, sometimes I keep quiet. 21.7% said about half the time I keep quiet. But the biggest number, this is why I put them here on the same line, 25 or almost 26% and 13% said basically they never reveal negative information. They're either most of the time quiet or they're always quiet. And this is really important because when we're doing those yellow lines of communication, trying to understand ethical problems and challenges, both internally and externally, people are afraid to tell us about the challenges that they're facing. And they're afraid to reveal because they don't want to be associated with negative information. They don't want to be perceived as a complainer. They don't want to be the one delivering the bad news to management because they think they may be blamed. And this is really important when we're talking about frontline employees because they deal with consumers. If we're a public-facing for-profit type of organization, if you're a government entity, it might be even more important because people expect a certain fiduciary responsibility from you. And if you don't know where you're failing in that area, you can't address it. And so these things become more complicated over time because they just get covered up and hidden. So having that many communication professionals afraid to reveal problems is really an ethical concern. And that's something that we all need to think about, because how can we be ethical when it's hard to even understand what the truth of the situation might be? So for example, if we're dealing with the pandemic workforce, we've all had to face remote work challenges. And in this research, we had someone who, in the qualitative portion, said, I didn't have the computer skills to keep managing my employees. I didn't know how to do it. I really didn't have the training when I was promoted. I'm great at my job, but I'm not great at the technical aspect. But that person, if they were afraid to reveal that to management, how would you keep communicating with that team in the pandemic world? You would lose out on a number of ways to communicate with the team. Your effectiveness would then start to drop. Your commitment from those employees and their satisfaction would probably also drop. And then you would start to see alienation among those workers, which at a time where we're all atomized and alone in our houses or with our families, alienation in the workforce is a doubly bad thing, because not only will your effectiveness go down, you're probably going to wind up losing some employees and having to replace those folks later and retrain new folks. But you wouldn't know that that was a risk until you had somebody who was brave enough to step up and tell you, right? So here's a little bit more about how that data looked. Non-managers and managers agreed that complainers, and I put that word in quotes, that was what they said, complainers are not listened to in their organizations. And they often perceive that leadership is not genuine regarding their interest in listening. So this gives us a credibility gap. So this is the other side of the coin from that last slide. Non-managers and managers say that people don't want to complain because they're not listened to. And oftentimes it's because management doesn't want to listen. They don't care. Or when they do listen, they do it on an annual survey because they feel like they have to, and then nothing ever happens. Nothing changes. There's no action taken as a result of what these employees are telling them. And so in the qualitative data, I then found people saying, it's just not worth being honest on these employee surveys because I know they're not going to listen. Last time I said I was having a problem, nothing ever happened and nothing changed. So they're not going to take action on it. So why put my time and effort and risk being seen as a complainer when nobody cares at the top? Whew, that's bad. That is really an ethical problem, because remember the ball-shaped diagram where we talked about authenticity and genuineness driving our ethical commitment to communicating with our employees and our external publics. If we don't have that authenticity, we do have a credibility gap. And of course, if you're not consistent over time, you enhance that credibility gap. So in essence, the takeaway from this is that organizations oftentimes claim to be ethically engaged with their stakeholders. They do research on them, but then they drop the ball on the action part. They don't follow through. They have good words, but sometimes the words do not match their deeds. And ethically, that is a tremendous problem. And that's what we have to, of course, work to prevent in our organizations. So, and thinking about how this plays out during pandemic times, as well as other crises like the earthquakes and mudslides you had in Italy, or the hurricanes we have here in the US, how do these things play out with your stakeholders and your publics? Are the organizations we see listening? And are we as professional communicators listening? Are we listening with authenticity because we really want to hear what people have to say? Or are we listening because we've always done an annual survey and we just have to do it because it's in the budget, and then we go on about business as usual, which we know doesn't work. But that's oftentimes what people do. So how do employees see this issue? Who are our key stakeholders? What employee groups should we be listening to? And about what things? The research that I'm referencing now identified a bunch of added stresses as a result of the pandemic. I'm sure this is not new to any of you. Zoom fatigue is definitely one, or just the technological challenges. For example, I had drivers for my microphones just uninstall the other day, inexplicably for no reason. And I had a Zoom board meeting, so I had to go through the troubleshooter of how to fix this. I'm not a technical whiz type person. I mean, I'm okay with the main stuff we use, but that was a challenge. And what do you do when you have people in other economic situations facing those challenges as well? Do all of the employees even have internet in their homes? Do they have a good enough internet speed that you can even do Zoom? In rural or remote locations, it's very common not to have high-speed internet. And so are they able to do what they need to do? Some of those other added stresses included things like childcare. When you can't have childcare, what do you do when you're trying to work remotely and you have kids who need a meal, but you have a Zoom meeting and you have clients calling on the phone? How do you handle those different pressures and responsibilities? And of course, illness. This is one that we all have had to deal with the pandemic. We've had people who have been seriously ill in our friends and family circles. And how has that affected your job performance? Are you up late at night taking care of someone? Are you worrying and not sleeping? And then elder care is one that a lot of people forget about, but many of us have parents in our homes or in a center where we either had to take care of them or we couldn't get to them to take care of them. And what about the added stress of all that? And then, of course, social justice issues. This is things like inequities in policing. It's also things like inequities in masking. Now, are they mandating a vaccination or are they not? Are they having people who have the vaccination have to prove it, or are you not supposed to do that? Are there vaccination passports or not? These are very contentious issues, especially in the US. And of course, you've seen the riots over George Floyd, the different policing problems we've had. It has just been a really turbulent year. And how has that affected not only the workplace, but our own research and how we listen and who we listen to? So there are different perceptions of listening. And are we actually listening to those who need to be listened to? Some research that I'm writing right now is looking at marginalized publics within the organization. Oftentimes, these are the laborers on the front lines who feel very unheard, and they say that the organization does not want to listen to them. Why is that? Sometimes it's people of color, sometimes it's people of different affluence or different training levels, but oftentimes they feel like if they haven't been promoted into management, they have no right to say anything, which as an organization, we want to hear those pain points and we want to do research and encourage them to tell us what's going on so that we know and we can resolve those issues ethically. If we have issues of discrimination or people being forced to work in a crowded workplace without protective equipment like Amazon has done and so on, those types of things mean we're not acting with good intention as an organization. So let me just ask you, when we move to the discussion briefly, I've got to check my time. I tend to talk over, so I'm trying to be wary of the time. Are economic variables creating pain points in your listening? Are they creating issues of division that you might not know about? Are they creating things that could become a problem if only someone told you, but they're afraid to tell you, or they're not going to take the risk of being labeled a complainer, or like we saw, they don't perceive management as wanting to hear? Are those types of things somehow providing a challenge that you may not be aware of fully. Levels of affluence in the digital divide, for example, matters of racial discrimination, promotion of women. There are lots of things we can look at. So I wanted to quickly give you an overview of this. It's not as complicated as it looks, I promise. And this is publicly available in a journal article if you wanted to follow up and actually use it. But this is just one way that you can walk an issue through the Kantian deontology ethics process without having to study a lot of philosophy and go back and read book after book. This is really simple, and I developed this with a couple of pharmaceutical companies on global issues management, and it helped them with crisis management, and of course it can be used in routine decision making. So you start by asking yourself if you're acting from the basis of reason alone. You want to be autonomous, not influenced by money, politics, self-interest, self-promotion, just what your CEO wants. So again, you're starting to think about being morally autonomous, independent, and doing research to understand the decision from many, many sides. If you can say, yes, you're pretty sure you're autonomous, then make the decision or proceed with the analysis. If not, you're going to need to ask for help or develop a team to help you become more objective. And then here are just some questions that I designed to help you evaluate the situation overall from the organization's perspective. Could you obligate everyone else who's in a similar situation to do the same thing that you're considering? So that's that universal duty aspect and reversibility. And then reversibility explicitly in the next one, could you accept the decision if you were on the receiving end? So whatever you're pondering doing, would that be okay if you were subject to that decision as well? And then looking at the past to learn from history or the organization's policies, such as its mission, vision, value statement. Have you faced a similar ethical issue before? And if you have, how did it go? Can you learn something from that? Did you handle it well? Is there any takeaway? Is there a precedent? And this is the same flow chart continued, but this is going on to the hardcore philosophy here in the triangle. This is Kantian deontology. It's actually called the categorical imperative, but you don't even need to know that. Just consider the points of the triangle as 3 decision-making tests. And you want to think about the groups or the publics and stakeholders inside the triangle in the specific regard to what you're trying to address with each point of the triangle. So on duty, are you doing the morally right thing? What is the principle that you're trying to uphold? Dignity, fairness, equity, freedom, equality, liberty, truth. These are all things that we can kind of get behind, right? So once you get what people can agree on, how does it relate to the decision you're trying to make? And how would each of those publics inside the triangle view it? Might be a little different from your organization, but just think about it so you'll thoroughly understand it. And then the second point down on the right, dignity and respect. Are you maintaining dignity and respect for each of those publics? None of us are going to engage in slavery, right? I mean, but in terms of have you understood what they want from you, what they expect from the organization, you might not be able to meet that expectation. But is there some way that you can integrate some of what they want with what you're about to do? If so, you're going to have a better relationship with those publics over time. And then finally, Kant's ultimate test of morality is intention. Are you proceeding with a morally good will? So are you trying to do the right thing because it is the right thing, and that's why you want to go forward in that way? And then, of course, symmetrical communication of all this. All of the arrows mean you have to decide these things in dialogue and consultation with publics and stakeholders, including not just your management, but those internal and external to the organization, and incorporating some of those ideas and understanding the challenges faced by other groups, you'll have a more ethical decision. So that's a lot. Just to recap, here's one thing you want to think about. This question here, we've looked at these principles. This is just repeating the ones that we already saw that came out in that model. Do the organization's actions match what you say you're going to do? So does your mission statement, do your mission, vision, and core values, do they line up with your actions? Ethically, this is where the rubber meets the road, because going back to that survey data that I showed you, a lot of organizations say, we're going to be a really ethical company, we're going to listen, but then they don't follow through because it's hard, or time, or they don't want to change, or things have always been done, any number of reasons. But just consider this question in the box down there, the ultimate test. Do the actions match the words? If they don't, you're going to have a credibility gap. Your authenticity is not going to be there. Even if you had good intention, you're not going to be perceived as authentic, genuine, and credible, so that people can know you over time. So my question to you as communicators is, how can we inspire others to consider these things? We have to think not just about our role in it, but getting our teams on board, getting the people we communicate with to understand that that's what we're doing. And for example, when we're going to ask employees to fill out a quick pulse survey, we want them to know that they should give us the truth, that we respect them, we're not going to exploit them or use them as a scapegoat if they say something negative, but we want to understand the pain points or the pressures, the issues that they're facing with the pandemic, with remote work challenges, with travel challenges, with technology challenges, etc. We want to know that, not so we can criticize them, but so we can ethically address the problem. And inspiring people to do this is really hard. It does take an organizational commitment, but it also takes reminding people that you really value what they say and you really want to know their perspective. And so a couple of questions just to kick it off is, how can we communicate to enhance responsibility and public trust? And how can our work inspire others to consider those values? I think that's more important than ever during the COVID and pandemic challenge times, because we have so many people who have been alienated, who have lost their jobs, who are living on a much lower income now, who have challenges with family. How can we really incorporate those types of situations into our decisions as communicators? So thank you for your time and attention. I can't wait to discuss this with you, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen, but if there's anything you would like to go back to, of course we can. Thanks.
Thanks, Shannon, for your interesting and challenging keynotes on ethics and on how the principle of ethics can influence trust, credibility, but also how can they deal with communication practices from a practitioner point of view as communicators, but also from the scholar's point of view on research. And thank you also for bringing on the floor the topic of listening and the different perception of listening, that in my opinion is crucial, because we notice how sometimes listening was not appropriate or was not done in the way that the citizens perceive it should be done. And I have some questions for you, but in any case, there are a couple of comments in the chat if we want to take a look. The first one was by Alessio Pisci during the first part of your speech, and Alessio asked you, who should certify authenticity? Who should be the one who certifies authenticity? This is the first question. And then there is a comment of Elisabetta. This issue reminds me that communication on online education that represents really the permeability of the border and among ethic, necessity, and good intention. Are you able to read in the chat, or do I have to reading for you?
Yeah,
because
I can see it now. Once I stop screen sharing, then I can see the chat. So thank you for the comments. And in terms of authenticity, this is something that as professional communicators, we have to step back and be critical of our organizations and the strategic management decisions that we're making. So whatever those decisions are, whether they're in industry, government, nonprofit, education, we have to think about them from the perspective of being independent or morally autonomous and think, how could this not be perceived as authentic? Or what could go wrong? How could this be criticized? And that allows us to see the flaws in our argument analytically and hopefully to correct those things in the organization. So it's not so much as that you would certify authenticity, it's that you would strive for it every day. So being genuine and being ethical in terms of your communication, it would obviously involve all of those moral principles that we've talked about, like honesty, transparency, trust, commitment, and trying to inspire control, mutuality, and satisfaction with our publics. But it would also mean that we have to be the arbiter in our organizations who oftentimes is most critical of management and that brings in the views from outside the organization or outside of the C-suite that management may not be aware of. Most of our executives do not spend a lot of time communicating with external publics, right? They're more of a executive figurehead, they're dealing with finance, they're dealing with legal matters. But for us, we have to bring in the concerns of advocacy groups, NGOs, our industry associations, labor unions, and so on, to help keep them grounded in what's really going on around the organization. And by doing that, I think we enhance authenticity. So it is more of a goal and a process than an actual end thing. Like, yes, we're authentic now. You have to always work toward including authenticity in your decisions every day on an ongoing basis. But that is a great point. And to Elizabeth's point, I think that when we boundary span in terms of going outside the organization and bringing those interests back into our decision making, we're fulfilling an ethical role and we're making our organizations better than someone who doesn't do those things or doesn't think about those things. There are organizations that don't do research on external publics that really are very insular, and oftentimes they make very poor decisions from an ethical standpoint. For example, Amazon, I mentioned earlier that they had a crisis during COVID. They had workers in their warehouses that were not wearing masks, at times not allowed the opportunity to wear masks, and they were working much closer together than 6 feet, which was the current CDC guideline that they needed to be stationed 6 feet apart. So they had an epidemic of COVID inside the Amazon warehouses. Of course, I mean, this is kind of predictable to anybody who studies these things. We would know that's going to happen, but management at Amazon apparently did not care. And I think it comes from a very high level or the top level. They thought we have enough employees. If we have a bunch out sick, we're just going to replace them and get more. So they were exploiting human labor and viewing humans as an expedient means to their end, rather than offering those workers the dignity and respect that's required in ethics. If they had offered them the dignity and respect of saying, we're going to let you be at least 6 feet apart, we're going to encourage that, we're going to encourage masking and hand washing, we're providing hand sanitizer, there's no telling how many people would have not contracted COVID. And this is a sad situation, but Amazon is still wildly successful at this point. They're still very profitable. But I really think that those of us who pay attention to ethics now have this on the radar, and we're watching that type of organization because eventually it will unfold. There are lawsuits, there's government regulators involved, and we've had this happen at other companies as well. Tyson Chicken in, I think it's Indiana. I can't quite remember. I should have looked it up before this moment, but they also had a bet going on among management about how many workers in the chicken house would contract COVID, like a number bet, and they had money riding on it. again, extremely unethical from the point of an ethics scholar. That goes far beyond the do you have good intention standard. That is ill intention. That's using people as a means to an end and enjoying the fact that you're exploiting them. So again, just like Amazon, we have another unethical example during the pandemic, and organizations could have responded better. Both of these companies have the finances and the means and the resources to do the research, to do the boundary spanning, and to not adopt such exploitative practices as a management policy.
Thanks, Shannon. There is also another question that is connected by Alessio, which is connected with the first one, and it's about the role of fake news. And say some people find fake news credible, even if they are false. But if people believe fake news are true, authentic, and credible, it means that also fake news outlets can create their own authenticity and credibility. What we should do about it? I think it's an interesting question.
That is an interesting question, and it's a really hard one to solve. I'm working with a team of AI researchers right now who are looking at this very question, and we're trying to establish a provenance type of index on information so that we can identify what is truly authentic and credible versus what isn't. Because like you point out, any site can have followers that then start to really believe it, and without critically thinking, they just adopt those beliefs, even if it's a conspiracy theory website, even if it's Chinese bots that are putting out disinformation and misinformation. So trying to learn to identify these things is incredibly important, but most people don't have the media literacy skills to know how to do that in the social media context. So that's something that we have to keep working on. And as organizations, that's why consistency is so important. We have to build our own credibility over time. So that if we do get targeted by a conspiracy theory site that says something crazy, right, that we have the credibility over time to refute those allegations. And you're not going to reach everybody. There are still going to be people who believe the conspiracy theory site, but we're trying to get the publics we care about and the stakeholders who have a relationship with us to understand our perspective, because then they'll act as brand ambassadors for us. But this is a really complicated question that I don't think anyone has solved yet. I don't know that there is an easy fix to it. I'm not sure that writing an algorithm to test provenance is really going to help that much until we all learn that fake news sometimes is just news. It can be mixed in with real news that's credible. It can be on a wacky conspiracy theory site, but it's always best to trust multiple sources rather than just one. And I think that becomes what we have to do as communicators. We have to be one of those multiple sources, or we have to seek out multiple sources to enhance and validate what we're saying, to enhance our own credibility, and then do it consistently over time. So if you don't get caught in a bunch of mistakes or retweeting false information, you're going to have more consistency and credibility with your strategic publics as well. That's a great question.
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. You also pointed out the importance of the empowerment of communicators. And I think during the last, during this COVID-19 pandemic, we noticed how government and public sector communicators started to have a growing relevant role also in fighting fake news and gaining credibility. And this is a connection with the last questions of this session that we can see in the chat by Vincenzo Mini, who says, oh, how can communication increase public accountability and trust? And so it's also another big question. So I don't know if you can have you can give some insights about this, coming also from your research on disaster and the study you showed before.
Sure, and I think he makes a good point after his question that we need to make decision makers aware of the importance of our role in this, because oftentimes they are not. Oftentimes they perceive public relations as media relations only, and they don't understand our role in information verification and ethics. So I think it's important to make that role more well known, and to make sure that we are being the ethical arbiters, that we're inspiring others to think about these things. So that would include politicians, it would include government leaders, influencers of various kinds. I think it's important to talk about ethics and not just assume that we're being ethical because we have a title or a big organization, that we really are trying to verify information and get credible information to our publics, but that we think about doing it with authenticity, good intention, duty, dignity, and respect all the time. So for example, from the research that we did on the hurricanes and natural disasters, we found that public communicators and social media particularly spend a lot of time correcting rumors and misinformation. And sometimes we have to do that. It's not a fulfilling part of our job, but we really need to make sure the information is out there that's credible, that's verified, and that's factual. And if you have to take some time to correct rumors, that's just what you have to do to keep these situations under control, because otherwise it may take on a life of its own and be tweeted around the world in a matter of seconds. And now you have another crisis to deal with on top of the issue you're already trying to manage.
Okay, thanks, Shannon. There is also a comment by Alessio that you could see later on in the registration of the other session, and he coined the name high authenticity, interactive authenticity, and he talked about this in the previous presentation. Thank you, Vincenzo, for your question. I have just a final reflection, final comment on what you say. You don't have to give me an answer, but it's something I just want to point it out publicly today. And you said the importance of the matching between action and mission, and the matching between I can call company organizational behaviors and mission statement. And this matching, it's most of the time a mismatching, or is a disalignment between what is done by the company and what is printed out in a website or posted in a poster or whatever. So in some sense, we have an unethical use of communication that it's most of the time, as we know, used for a rhetoric of being ethical, or on the other side, communications is different things from the action of the organization. Did you notice a bigger gap during the last year, during the COVID-19 pandemic? Or do you think it's a stable effect? The pandemic pushed organizations to say less things they are not doing, and so reconnecting with authenticity and an ethical use of communication, or infodemic and the way to immediately restart having a market, having clients, and increasing the trust to citizens, push them to be more fluent in say things that we're not doing. I don't know if I'm clear with your question, but I think it's a big question.
I don't know. Honestly, I think that we've had this credibility gap all along for years and years and years. I mean, I've done case study after case study on companies that have an ethics statement, a mission statement that says they're going to be ethical, and then they absolutely do not do that. I've published several studies on Enron, for example. They were doing such heinous things and they had an ethics statement that said how great they were going to do things and so on. And it happens over time. I think the pandemic may have just changed the dynamic a little bit, but I don't know that it made it any more or less incredible. I think it just changed the dialogue about issues of distance, human rights, race, policing, mask wearing, and internet education, for example. But I think it just added these topics into the dialogue rather than changing what really happened in terms of the ethical response by organizations. I'm sorry if that's a little bit of a not the brightest outlook. But
no, thanks for your comment. I was just curious about, since you are one of the leading scholars about this topic, we know that we are collecting data, so maybe next year we could have more data to share even on this. And it's also a topic that I like to study and investigate with my research. So I was just curious, but I was inspired by your talk, and especially by this point. We are at the end of this session. I want to thank again Dr. Shannon Bowen for your availability, not just for her competence in ethics of communication and crisis. And I will leave the floor to Elisabetta Gola for the final greetings and for the agenda, I think, of tomorrow of Medcom conference.
Thank you, Alessandro, and thank you very much, Shannon. It was a really inspiring and also kind of very useful talk. And yes, it is pretty late, and it has been intense conference day, and tomorrow it will be equally full of events. We will have other keynotes. I will mention just the first one. It is Janet Mekabe. She will talk about divided bodies, crossing borders, transnational encounters towards a feminist approach of transnational TV studies. So another very interesting topic from a very specific perspective. We are trying to cover all the topics. This is more about the cross between screen culture and gender equality. So it will be, I invite you all to participate. Then we will have parallel session, another keynote about media education, Mario Pireddu, and other parallel sessions. And finally, a workshop about investigative journalism and a roundtable directed by Chris Fenner. So take care this evening and be